Wang Han, our food delivery hero, speeds through the city on his trusty red motorcycle. His phone buzzes, and he answers the call. An unknown woman's voice immediately drops a bombshell. She's pregnant with a child. They need to talk, but busy with deliveries. Wang Han instantly dismisses it as a total scam. He tells her he has no time and hangs up, annoyed. He then speeds off again, expertly weaving through traffic. Wang Han arrives at the XX food delivery center, where his coworkers are already deep in gossip outside, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He asks a heavier-set coworker what all the mumbling is about. The coworker explains that the prestigious Su family's daughter is marrying the city's richest man's son, a topic completely irrelevant to Wang Han. Another coworker then flashes a phone picture of the beautiful Su family daughter, complaining, "It's a total waste for a perfect girl to marry the rich man's son," whom he calls an ugly, useless sleazebag. As Wang Han glances at the photo, he's suddenly shocked to realize the woman looks incredibly familiar. His coworker snatches the phone back, and Wang Han's memory jolts clear. His coworker asks if he also thinks it's a terrible shame for such a good girl to be wasted on someone so utterly awful. But Wang Han recognizes her instantly as a drunk girl who once tried to seduce him. A sudden, jaw-dropping realization hits him. She's the one who called him just moments ago. He wonders if the call wasn't a scam after all. The scene flashes back to 1 month ago. The Su family's daughter is stumbling, dizzy, down a hotel hallway. She suspects a man named Chin might have put something in her drink. She heads to what she thinks is her room, 809, but in her disoriented state, she mistakes the number. She finds a door slightly ajar and wonders if she forgot to close it before entering. Inside that room, Wang Han is sitting on his bed, dejected and drinking heavily. He thinks about being told his aura was too intense for an important opportunity and resigns himself to his lowly delivery job. As he sits on his bed, drunk and dejected, the young woman, Su Chi, she stumbles into his room, collapsing onto his bed, dazed and feverish. Looking up, she asks him, "Who are you? Can you help me?" she pleads. She complains her head is spinning wildly, and she feels an incredible heat. Drunk himself, Wang Han is utterly captivated. He thinks how stunning she is. As she draws closer, pleading for his help, he's flustered, wondering if this is a dream. He clenches his fists tightly. A spilled liquor bottle lies beside him, overwhelmed by the intense situation. Snapping back to the present moment, Wang Han is lost in that vivid memory, staring at Suchi's photo on his coworker's phone. His coworker, Fatty, notices him spacing out and calls his name. Fatty starts mocking him instantly, reminding everyone how Han always spins tall tales, like sleeping with an international movie star. He sarcastically asks, will Han now claim he hooked up with the Su family? Heiress. The other co-workers join in, laughing and recalling his other wild tales, like being an international arms dealer, or the top dog of an elite Beijing family. Wang Han, however, remains calm. He lights a cigarette, telling them, "You don't get it," cryptically adding, "What I do is hiding in plain sight." Just as one of the guys dismisses his claims, their banter is abruptly interrupted. A sleek red, luxury sports car pulls up in front of the delivery center, shocking all the drivers. The driver's side door opens, and a slender leg in a high heel gracefully steps out. The woman who emerges is none other than Su Chi, looking utterly poised and elegant. Wang Han's co-workers are instantly mesmerized, their eyes turning to hearts as they gawk at her beauty, calling her a total knockout. As she walks directly towards them, one guy recognizes her from the photo. They realize, with a jolt of shock, that the Su family heiress is standing right before them, and they can't fathom why she'd be at their humble delivery center. Suchi approaches Wang Han directly, who's casually stretching, and demands to know why he hasn't answered her calls. His co-workers, who were just mocking him moments ago, are absolutely floored. They can't believe Wang Han actually knows the famed Su family heiress. Wang Han, meanwhile, plays it totally cool, pretending he never saw a single missed call, and casually asks her what's up, cutting straight to the chase. Su Chi looks him dead in the eye. and drops a bombshell. She's pregnant, and the baby is his. This revelation sends his co-workers into absolute pandemonium. They shout in utter disbelief, unable to grasp that this gorgeous, wealthy woman is carrying their friend's child. One even swears he'll never call Han a liar again. Wang Han himself is utterly floored, rubbing his eyes as if waking from a dream. "Are you sure?" he asks Su Qi, her expression firm. She tells him to come to the hospital with her to prove it. As she waits by her sleek car, his co-workers frantically shout for him to go with her. A visibly stressed Wang Han finally agrees to go, asking a buddy to cover his shift. The two then speed off in her blazing red car, leaving the utterly astonished crew behind. Inside the car, the tension is palpable. Wang Han asks if the baby is truly his. Suki replies scarcely, questioning why on earth she would lie about something so serious. Looking resolute, Wang Han tells her that if the baby is his, he will take full responsibility for both of them. Su Qi gives him a skeptical look and scoffs at his promise. "How will you take responsibility?" she challenges. "With a delivery job?" Unbothered, Wang Han leans back and confidently declares, "There's nothing wrong with an honest living, and supporting us won't be an issue." Su Qi reminds him of her powerful status as a member of the influential Su family in Jianing. Wang Han simply dismisses this, calling status crap the dumbest thing ever. Annoyed by his infuriatingly nonchalant attitude, Su Qi slams her foot on the accelerator, causing the car to jolt violently, and throwing Wang Han forward. He screams at her, accusing her of doing it intentionally, and demanding to know what's so special about the Su family. The tense journey finally ends as they pull up in front of a sprawling hospital. Suki parks the car and calmly tells him they've arrived. As they step out of the car, Suki warns Wang Han not to utter the word responsibility so lightly. She reminds him of the severe consequences he would face if her family ever discovered a mere food delivery guy had gotten her pregnant. This infuriates Wang Han, who passionately declares that this is no joke to him. If the baby is truly his, he will absolutely, unequivocally take responsibility. Ignoring his outburst, Suki tells him to come inside. They walk down a long hospital hallway. Suki leads him towards a door ominously labeled operating room, and Wang Han freezes, utterly shocked, asking why on earth they're going there. Suki looks back at him with a resolute expression and simply states that she is going in, leaving him to finally realize her true, chilling intention: to terminate the pregnancy. In a panic, he grabs her arm, desperate to stop her. He pleads with her frantically, acknowledging she likely thinks he couldn't support her and a child, but insists that money is absolutely no problem, and he will find a way. Just then, a nurse approaches them, informing Suki it's time for her procedure. Suki looks at Wang Han with a faint, unreadable smile, agrees with the nurse, and pulls her arm free. Away. She walks into the operating room, leaving Wang Han calling after her in sheer desperation. He stands outside the closed door, feeling utterly powerless and frustrated, thinking he can't do anything at all to stop this incredibly determined woman. Inside the operating room, Suki is lying on the table, clad in a patient gown. A surgeon asks if she's ready, as another surgeon prepares a syringe, telling her to relax. She closes her eyes, but at the very last second, just before the procedure begins, she puts up her hand and tells them to wait. Meanwhile, Wang Han sits slumped in the waiting area. He has resigned himself, utterly defeated, to the grim situation. If she's truly determined to not have this baby, he can't just stop her. The operating room door swings open, and Su Qi walks out, unchanged. Wang Han is stunned. He jumps to his feet, utterly bewildered, and asks how she can be out already. Questioning, "Are surgeries that fast these days?" Suki, seemingly unfazed, tells a still baffled Wang Han that she's tired, and asks him to drive her home. Wang Han confidently agrees, putting an arm around her, and brags that he could even fly a fighter jet. He gets behind the wheel of her sleek red sports car and drives away from the hospital, heading toward an affluent neighborhood called Longwan. During the drive, while Su Qi rests, Wang Han receives a call. The person on the other end informs him of a bidding event that night. at G&I Tower, an event the old man wants him to attend. The caller also mentions that Lin Qingyan, a chamber president, is on their side. Wang Han calmly acknowledges these instructions, hinting at a powerful, mysterious side to his life, completely unknown to Su Qi. They soon arrive at a large house within the Su family's estate. Wang Han announces their arrival, wanking Suki. She gets out of the car and tells him to leave before her family sees him. Noticing she looks pale, Wang Han offers to walk her to the door, but she coldly rejects his concern, telling him to stay out of her business. However, as she turns away, her heel gets caught in a crack, causing her to lose her balance and cry out. As she falls with stunning speed, Wang Han lunges forward and catches her just before she hits the ground. As he helps her up, he chides her for being a klutz. Annoyed, Su Qi asks him to repeat himself, and he doubles down, calling her unbelievably clumsy. In a flash of anger, she pinches his side with all her might, causing him to shout in pain. The sudden exertion takes a toll on her, and she winces, seeing her discomfort. Wang Han surprises her by sweeping her up into his arms. He carries her into the lavish house and gently places her on a plush sofa. Opening a first aid kit, he begins to tend to her injured bare foot, which she'd twisted during her fall. She protests, telling him to leave her be, but he firmly tells her to stop moving. Just as he's wrapping her ankle, they're interrupted by two women who have just entered the room. The newcomers are Yang Huimin, Su Qi's mother, and Lin Shuifu, her best friend. Su Qi's mother stares at the scene in utter shock and demands to know what her daughter is doing. Wang Han and Su Qi simultaneously explain she twisted her ankle. Then, looking at her stunned mother, Su Qi calmly announces that her boyfriend was just helping her apply some medicine. Wang Han is completely blindsided. Her mother, Yang Huimin, is even more shocked, pointing a trembling finger at the uniform-clad Wang Han and yelling in disbelief, asking, "Is this man really your boyfriend?" Reeling from her daughter's shocking announcement, Yang Huimin furiously demands to know what's going on and who this delivery guy is. After a moment of awkward silence, Su Qi backtracks, telling her mother with a forced smile that she was just joking. She explains she twisted her ankle, and the man simply helped her inside. Her flustered but relieved mother tells Su Qi she scared her, reminding her that she's about to marry into the prestigious Qin family and can't afford any mistakes. Wang Han, who has been silent, is offended by the mother's clear disdain and asks, "What's wrong with being a delivery guy?" Yang Huimin scoffs, yelling that he's a low-class nobody, trying to date out of his league, and that he should keep dreaming. Her insult strikes a nerve, and a furious expression crosses Wang Han's face. Before the situation can escalate, Su Qi intervenes. She calmly tells Wang Han he's free to go now, and expresses her thanks for his assistance. He gives a short humph and turns to leave. As he walks away, Su Qi's best friend, Lin Shuifu, watches him with a thoughtful expression. Once he's out of sight, Yang Huimin tells Lin Shuifu to help Su Qi to her room. With utter disgust, she orders someone to wipe the floor where that filthy delivery guy stood. Later, in her bedroom, Lin Shuifu helps Su Qi sit on her bed and immediately asks about her real relationship with that man. Su Qi initially claims there's nothing between them, but Lin Shuifu isn't buying it, insisting she can't be fooled, because the way Su Qi looked at him was clearly not nothing. Cornered by her friend's sharp intuition, Su Qi confesses the truth. She's pregnant with a child. Lin Shuifu is utterly flabbergasted, shouting in disbelief, "You're pregnant?" She questions Su Qi's judgment, asking why, of all people, did it have to be a delivery guy. Su Qi explains that she drank too much that day and dismisses it as a fluke. Lin Shuifu presses on, asking what Su Qi plans to do, reminding her that she can't hide the pregnancy forever from the powerful Qin family. To her friend's utter shock, Su Qi firmly states that she has decided to keep the baby. Lin Shuifu thinks her friend has completely lost her mind. Su Qi tries to reassure her, explaining that she spoke with Wang Han, the man, and he promised to take full responsibility. But Lin Shuifu is not convinced. She yells at Su Qi to wake up, reminding her, "You are the daughter of the Su family." She dismisses Wang Han as a mere delivery guy, unworthy of her, and warns of dire consequences if the Qin family finds out. Tired of the lecture, Su Qi holds up a hand to stop her, saying she will figure it out. She quickly changes the subject, asking why Lin Shuifu is back in town. Lin Shuifu explains. Her grandfather came to Jiangning to meet an important big shot and check out a bidding event that night. So she came along. Su cállese un interesado immediately annoys her friend. Lin Shuifu's expression twists, and she declares she has a brilliant idea. Leaning in close, she whispers a truly sinister plan to Suki. If Suki's secret ever gets out, Suki should just claim the delivery guy raped her. Suki recoils in utter disgust, remarking on what an absolutely awful idea that is. Meanwhile, Wang Han has already left the Su estate, now walking through the exclusive villa district. He pulls out his phone, frustrated, muttering that there are no taxis to be found in this area. Just then, a sleek black car glides to a stop beside him. Wang Han watches as a man in a sharp suit steps out. The older, silver-haired man approaches Wang Han and respectfully greets him as young master. He introduces himself as Lin Qingyun, president of the Long Chamber of Commerce, and explains his presence. He's here to escort Wang Han to the bidding event. Wang Han, putting the pieces together, recalls their conversation and confirms. His grandfather had indeed told him about this arrangement, revealing a hidden connection to immense power that sharply contrasts with his usual life as a delivery driver. Accepting the unexpected offer, Wang Han tells Lin Qingyun that before the bidding, he desperately needs a shower and a change of clothes. Lin Qingyun respectfully agrees, promising to arrange everything immediately as he opens a car door for his young master. They depart in the luxurious black limousine. The scene shifts to the bustling, high-stakes bidding event. In a grand ballroom filled with wealthy, influential guests, Wang Han arrives, now utterly transformed. He has shed his delivery jacket for a sharp, tailored suit, looking every bit the part, exuding power and confidence as he surveys the crowd. As he stands near a window, his attention is caught by a strikingly familiar face. It's Lin Shuifu, Suki's best friend, in a stunning white evening gown. She approaches him, radiating disdain, and pointedly asks what the delivery guy is doing at such an exclusive event. Before he can even answer, she jumps to a scathing conclusion, accusingly asking if he's working a part-time job here, before Wang Han can correct her misunderstanding. She grabs his arm and forcefully pulls him away, declaring she needs to talk in a more secluded spot. And there, she confronts him. She declares Su Qi is her best friend, and she's pregnant because of him. Lin Shuifu fiercely warns him that, if he doesn't take full responsibility, when the baby is born, she'll make him regret it. Wang Han is absolutely floored by this news. He tells her he thought Su Qi had already gotten rid of the baby at the hospital. Lin Shuifu furiously informs him he's dead wrong, and Su Qi decided to keep it. This bombshell information stuns Wang Han, who exclaims her name in disbelief. He realizes she must not have gone through with the surgery after all. Lin Shuifu, seeing his hesitation as a sign he might shirk his duty, repeats her threat, warning that if he tries to walk away, he will regret it. To emphasize her point, she forcefully grinds her stiletto heel onto his shoe, causing him to cry out in pain, as she turns away with grim satisfaction. Just as Lin Shuifu leaves, an announcer's voice cuts through the ballroom, informing guests the bidding is about to begin. Still processing that Su Qi kept the baby, Wang Han is filled with a new urgency. He can't believe it, and resolves to finish his business quickly, so he can go find her. At that moment, a woman in a business suit approaches him, and respectfully greets him as young master. She introduces herself as Lu Yu, his new assistant assigned by Chairman Lin Qingyun. Acknowledging her, Wang Han states that it's time to go. The two walk towards the main event area, with a powerful presence as they find their place. A stout, flamboyantly dressed man makes his way to the front. He smugly announces to the attendees that the day's main bid, the new district project, is being claimed by the Qin family. Twirling his mustache, he warns everyone to show them respect, or face the consequences. This arrogant man is Qin Lei, the eldest young master of the Qin family. Wang Han asks his assistant who the man is. Liu Yu explains he is from the Qin family, one of the richest families in Jiangning, and their biggest rival for the whole project. With a dismissive air, Wang Han scoffs. If a guy like that could possibly compete with him. Liu Yu then elaborates that the Qins plan to snag the project, and then leverage their marriage alliance with the Su family to help them escape some serious trouble. The mention of the Su family makes it all click for Wang Han. He remembers his co-worker's rant about poor Miss Su being married off to some trashy rich guy. He realizes this arrogant man, Qin Lei, is the fiancée Su Qi is supposed to marry. With a grim look, he now sees the full picture, connecting Su Kai's engagement, her family's troubles, and this fierce bidding war. The auctioneer then presents the main item. Lot 053 in a new district. Without hesitation, Qin Lei raises his paddle and opens with an astronomical bid of 5 billion. The crowd erupts in shocked whispers, realizing the Qin family is dead set on winning this. They murmur that with the upcoming Qin-Su marriage, no one would dare challenge them. Just as the auction seems utterly decided, Wang Han calmly raises his bidding paddle and counters with a jaw-dropping 6 billion. The room is stunned into absolute silence, then breaks out into frantic, bewildered chatter. Guests wonder who this audacious man could possibly be, assuming he must not be a local, to dare go against the powerful Qin family. They believe the project was a sure thing for the Qins, and they certainly won't let this slide. Across the room, Qin Lei's smug expression vanishes, replaced by pure, unadulterated rage. He clenches his fist so tightly his knuckles turn white. He glares furiously at Wang Han and yells across the room, demanding to know who the hell he is, and accusing him of looking for trouble. The confrontation has officially begun. Facing Qin Lei's furious outburst, Wang Han remains completely composed. He calmly points out that they are at an auction, where the highest bidder wins, and asks if there's a problem. Qin Lei, his face contorted with pure rage, retorts, asking if Wang Han didn't hear him say that the Qin family desperately wants this project, with supreme, unshakable confidence. Wang Han retorts that he heard perfectly fine, but questions what that has to do with him. The surrounding guests are utterly shocked, murmuring about who this mysterious man could be, daring to challenge the mighty Qin family. Not to be outdone, an enraged Qin Lei raises his paddle and shouts, a bid of 700 million. Without missing a beat, Wang Han counters with 800 million. The bidding war rages on, and the tension thickens. Qin Lei storms over to Wang Han with his entourage, getting right in his face, and screaming that in Jiangning City, the Qin family is the law. He makes a final, desperate bid of 900 million, daring Wang Han to keep bidding if he has a death wish. Wang Han simply laughs, a picture of calm amusement, and casually announces a bid of 1 billion. Having been utterly and publicly humiliated, Qin Lei finally snaps. He screams that Wang Han is asking for it, and threatens to chop him up, as he throws a wild punch at Wang Han's face. But Wang Han is impossibly fast. He easily dodges the clumsy attack, and with a single, fluid motion, delivers a powerful punch right to Qin Lei's face. As Qin Lei is sent flying, crying out in pain, Wang Han contemptuously asks if he thought he could take him on alone. As Qin Lei lies dazed, his 2 bodyguards leap to their feet and charge furiously at Wang Han. The ensuing fight is brutally efficient. Wang Han moves with incredible speed, effortlessly dispatching them with powerful kicks and strikes, leaving them defeated on the ballroom floor. Qin Lei struggles back to his feet, holding his bruised face in disbelief. He screams at Wang Han, accusing him of having a death wish, for daring to lay a hand on him. Wang Han, with a cold smirk, retorts that he is the one doing the hitting now. He launches another attack, sending one of Qin Lei's men flying through the air. With a powerful kick, The bodyguard crashes down with a loud thud directly on top of his boss, knocking them both out in an undignified heap, with the fight over in seconds. Wang Han stands calmly amidst the chaos. He turns to the stunned room and casually asks the terrified auctioneer if anyone else is going to bid. The auctioneer, stammering, quickly replies that there are no other bidders. Having won the auction, Wang Han's business is concluded. He turns to his assistant Liu Yu and instructs her to sign the documents and transfer the funds, explaining that he has urgent business. He gives a final wave and confidently walks out of the ballroom, leaving everyone to process the shocking display of power they just witnessed. The story shifts to an opulent room, where Lin Shui-fu stands before her grandfather, who is the same Lin Qingyun who served Wang Han. She asks why he called her there in a hurry, causing her to miss the auction. Her grandfather cautions her to be careful once their guest arrives, admitting he still hasn't figured out this person's temperament. Lin Shui-fu scoffs, wondering what big shot could have her powerful grandfather acting so cautiously. Just then, an aide enters and informs the chairman that the auction has ended. Lin Qingyun asks if the Qin family won, but the aide reports that someone else was the victor. Lin Shui-fu is stunned, exclaiming that it's impossible. She can't believe the project slipped through the Qin family's fingers and wonders who could be bold enough to snatch it away. Her grandfather calmly informs her that the person they are waiting for has arrived, looking at her phone, likely at a news update. Lin Shui-fu remarks that this person is way too arrogant, deciding this news is too important to wait. She tells her grandfather she is stepping out to call her friend Nan and Suki. As she walks down a hallway, she is absorbed in her thoughts and her phone call. She thinks about how the Qin family's failure jeopardizes their planned cooperation over with the Su family. She's determined to deliver this news to her best friend, completely oblivious to her surroundings. She walks straight into Wang Han, who's heading in the opposite direction. The collision is jarring, and she lets out a startled cry as she bumps right into his chest. Furious, she looks up, shocked to see his face. She yells, demanding to know why it's him again, berating the stinking food delivery guy for not watching where he's going. However, her urgent call takes precedence. She quickly turns her back on the silent Wang Han and continues walking, speaking into her phone to tell Su Qi her important news. Wang Han simply watches her go with a quiet, unreadable expression. After Lin Shui-fu leaves, Wang Han enters to meet with Lin Qingyun. The older man greets him respectfully. Wang Han confirms his business at the auction is done, and then casually asks about the woman he just ran into. Lin Qingyun introduces her as his granddaughter, Lin Shui-fu, pointedly mentioning she is unmarried. He praises her, saying she greatly admires Wang Han and has always wanted to meet him. This attempt at matchmaking amuses Wang Han, who dismisses it with a weary, "Give me a break." Changing the subject, Wang Han sits and asks Lin Qingyun if he knows Su Qi. Lin Qingyun explains that she's the young lady of the Su family, the most outstanding talent of her generation, but she's been kept out of the spotlight because the family favors sons over daughters. He confirms the Qin family intended a marriage alliance with the Su family after winning the project, but because Wang Han intervened, that plan is now delayed. Curious, Wang Han probes for more personal details, asking about Su Qi's daily life and romantic history. Lin Qingyun informs him that the Su family has a very strict upbringing, and Su Qi has a stubborn personality. He states that she doesn't get involved with people easily, and as far as he knows, has never had a boyfriend. This new information brings a sly, knowing smile to Wang Han's face. Just then his phone rings. Su Qi's name flashes on the caller ID, and he answers, smooth as silk, telling her he was just thinking of her. From the other end, Su Qi asks if he has time, and says she wants to see him. Wang Han instantly agrees, asking for her location. His urgent business now made perfectly clear, Wang Han wastes no time, standing to leave. He tells Lin Qingyun he's leaving, and that he can report back to the old man. As Wang Han walks out, Lin Qingyun makes one last-ditch attempt to promote his granddaughter, mentioning she too graduated from the Royal Academy in London, just like Wang Han. A clearly uninterested Wang Han brushes him off, saying they can talk about it next time. The scene shifts to a park overlooking the city, where Su Chi is sitting alone on a bench, looking thoughtful. A moment later, Wang Han arrives, roaring in on his red motorcycle, now back in a sharp suit. He walks over and takes a seat beside her, putting an arm around her. He wastes no time, getting straight to the point. He tells her not to worry about the child, and that he will support both of them. He then makes a definitive offer, telling her that if she wants to get married, they can go register anytime she likes, solidifying his promise of responsibility. Despite his confident promise, Su Chi remains skeptical with a wry smile. She questions his ability to afford such a commitment. Unfazed, Wang Han looks off into the distance and asks what he wouldn't be able to afford. To make her point, Su Chi holds up her wrist, showing him her expensive watch, and asking if he knows its cost. With surprising expertise, Wang Han correctly identifies the watch as a Pasha de Cartier, a 42mm 18K rose gold model, and correctly states its price of $352,000. Su Chi is visibly shocked by his detailed knowledge. She presses him, asking how much he makes in a year as a delivery guy, and how many years he would have to work just to afford that one item. Wang Han reassures her not to worry about money, and encourages her to have the baby. He confidently declares he'd never let her, or their child, ever want for anything. He even boasts that providing for them would be no problem at all. Suki rolls her eyes at his pompous declaration and dryly asks if he could ever stop bragging. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted when Su Chi's phone rings. She answers, and her mother's frantic voice is on the other end. Her mother urgently demands she come home, quickly informing her that Chin Hao is already at the house, waiting to discuss their wedding. Su Chi quietly acknowledges her mother's summons, then turns to Wang Han, asking him to take her home. With a charming smile, he tells her it would be his absolute pleasure. He helps her onto his motorcycle, and they speed off. During the ride, Su Chi leans against Wang Han's back, a faint, peaceful smile gracing her face as she closes her eyes, seemingly content. They soon arrive back at the Su family estate. Wang Han walks her to the front door, and as they enter, Su Chi announces to her mother, "I'm home." Her mother, Yang Huimin, immediately appears annoyed. She scolds her daughter for being gone so long, telling her that Chin Hao has been waiting. In the background, a stout man in a suit sits on the sofa. Su Chi simply states, "I went for a walk." Her mother then notices Wang Han behind her and disapprovingly asks why she brought someone back, reminding her that her wedding day with Chin Hao is fast approaching. The man on the couch stands and greets Su Chi, confirming he came to discuss wedding matters. He gives a suave smile and introduces himself as Chin Hao, the second young master of the Chin family. Facing her fiancé, Chin Hao, Su Chi attempts to put their wedding on hold. She tells him that, since the Chin family lost the new district project bid, their family's planned cooperation isn't finalized. Therefore, their marriage should be delayed as well. Chin Hao, however, dismisses the lost bid as a trivial matter. With a sinister smirk, he insists they should get married first, and everything else can be negotiated afterward. His thoughts reveal his true, wicked intentions. He plans to get her into bed first, and then decide later if he'll actually give her family the money they desperately need. Su Chi's mother, Young Hui, desperately tries to salvage the situation. She pleads with her daughter, reminding her that Chin Hao promised $1 billion to help the Su family as soon as they're married. But Su Chi cuts her off with a sharp, "Don't say any more." With fierce determination, she declares that she will not marry him. Her refusal leaves both her mother and Chin Hao utterly stunned. Taking a bold step, Su Chi walks over to Wang Han, takes his arm, and announces that not only will she not marry Chin Hao, but she is also pregnant with Wang Han's child. Her mother shrieks in horror, grabbing her daughter and demanding if she understands what she's saying, pointing out that Wang Han is just a food delivery guy. Su Chi pleads with her mother, insisting she doesn't want to be forced into marrying Chin Hao, and promising that, with some time, she can help the Su family through their crisis. enraged by her daughter's shameful behavior. Young Hui raises her hand to slap Su Qi, but before it connects, Wang Han's arm shoots out and firmly catches her wrist, stopping the blow. He looks at her coldly and asks, "What is wrong with being a delivery guy?" He then turns the accusation of shame back on her, questioning if marrying her own daughter, off to a scumbag for profit, is considered having any shame herself. She struggles in his grip, screaming at this stinking delivery guy to let her go. The situation escalates. Qin Hao, who has been silently watching the drama unfold, finally explodes. He points an accusing finger at Su Qi, his face twisted in rage, and calls her a slutty bitch. He never expected her to be so indecent. He rants about how she let a delivery guy ride her, and then turns his fury on Wang Han, vowing to kill him. Su Qi can only stand by, stunned and horrified before Qin Hao can act. Wang Han moves with lightning speed. He delivers a powerful slap right to Qin Hao's face, sending him stumbling backward. Before he crashes hard to the floor, Guangan impulsa Stan Su Qi, protectively behind him. He glares down at the fallen Qin Hao, declaring she's pregnant with his child, which makes her his woman. He demands to know who gave him the nerve to hit her. Scrambling on the floor, Qin Hao howls, in utter disbelief that Wang Han dared to strike him, his fury boiling over. He snatches a heavy ashtray from a nearby table and charges straight at the couple, screaming, "I'm going to kill you both." With a calm, reassuring smile, Wang Han tells Su Qi, "Stay behind me," and she nervously agrees as Qin Hao lunges forward, wildly swinging the ashtray. Wang Han effortlessly dodges the attack. In one swift motion, he lands a devastating punch to Qin Hao's jaw, sending him flying backward, the ashtray slipping from his weakening grasp. As Qin Hao lies dazed, Wang Han stands over him and declares, "You dare touch my woman?" Not yet finished, Wang Han gets on top of the beaten man, grabbing him by the collar, and declares, "Today, I'm teaching you a lesson." He rains down a brutal series of punches on Qin Hao's face, ignoring his victim's agonized screams and desperate cries for help. Just as he raises his fist for another blow, Su Qi calls out for him to stop. At the exact same moment, a powerful voice echoes, demanding, "Who dares to act so presumptuously?" A group of imposing figures has entered the scene, led by an elderly, dignified man with a long white beard and a cane. Su Qi looks at the man with shock and fear and addresses him simply as Grandpa. The arrival of the family patriarch freezes everyone. Su Qi's grandfather, flanked by other family members, surveys the scene. Qin Hao beaten on the floor, Su Qi with a strange man, and her mother in shock. The old man's expression is grim, as he sternly announces, "I heard everything." He turns his piercing gaze on his granddaughter and, striking his cane on the floor, she confronts her, demanding to know if it's true that she's pregnant with that delivery guy's child. With a heavy heart, Su Qi quietly confirms it. This confession sends the Su family into utter chaos. They shriek that the situation is an absolute disgrace, swearing they can't afford to offend the powerful. Qin family, Su Qi's grandfather, his face contorted with rage. He bellows that the only solution is for the child to be aborted immediately. Qin Hao, however, struggles to his feet, vehemently disagreeing. He yells that even if she aborts the child, a bitch like her will never set foot in his family's home, leaving the entire Su family utterly speechless. The sheer weight of the situation becomes unbearable. They begin to wail that everything is truly over, blaming each other for spoiling Su Qi, and lamenting that the Su family is now completely finished. Suki stands silently amidst their accusations, her face a mask of profound sorrow. Finally, she snaps, telling them all to stop arguing. The emotional and physical stress takes its brutal toll, and she cries out in sudden pain, clutching her head as overwhelming dizziness strikes. Before she can fall, Wang Han is instantly there to catch her. He holds her steady, gently reassuring her, telling her, "Don't be afraid. I'll take you away from here." As he scoops her protectively into his arms, her family, including her parents, rush forward in a frenzy, demanding this stinking delivery guy let her go and threatening to break his legs. Wang Han looks back at them with utter, burning contempt, asking if they even call themselves human. Without another word, he turns and resolutely walks out of the house, carrying the now unconscious Su Qi. When her parents try to block his path, he effortlessly kicks them aside, sending them sprawling. He pauses at the doorway and turns back to the stunned, terrified family. With cold, unwavering determination, he declares that he is taking Su Qi with him and asks, does anyone have a problem with that? Leaving them utterly powerless to stop him. With Su Qi still unconscious in his arms, Wang Han declares to her stunned family that, since no one objects, he's leaving. He sweeps her away from the chaotic Su estate to his modern, high-rise apartment. Inside, he gently lays the still unconscious Su Qi on his sofa. As he does, a card slips from her purse, fluttering to the floor. After making sure she's resting comfortably, Wang Han notices the card and picks it up. He examines it and is surprised to realize today is her birthday. He feels a surge of pity for her, thinking that, even though she comes from such a wealthy family, it seems no one remembered her special day. Looking at her sleeping form, he resolves to show her exactly what he's capable of, reaffirming that she is his woman. About 20 minutes later, Su Qi begins to stir. She slowly sits up, groggy and disoriented, rubbing her eyes, wondering where she is. Just then, Wang Han emerges from another room. Wearing an apron, he holds out a bowl of food, telling her she must be hungry now that she's awake. Su Qi walks over to the dining table, where Wang Han has laid out an elaborate meal he made especially for her. She's instantly impressed by the delicious aroma from the various dishes, which include steamed delicacies, a fruit and cheese platter, and several drinks. Wang Han boasts that his cooking skills are so good that even a princess from Dubai would beg for a taste, amused by his arrogance. Su Qi smiles and asks if it would kill him not to brag. As they sit down to eat, Su Qi becomes serious. She tells him that for today, he is forbidden from saying the word die, leaving Wang Han confused. But before he can ask, he reveals his surprise. He brings out a small, pink cake with a single lit candle on it. With a confident smile, he presents it to the astonished Su Qi and wishes her a happy birthday, completely taken by surprise. Su Qi couvre ser maut in shock and asks how he could have known it was her birthday. Vayu smiles smugly, wondering if she finds him utterly amazing. She's overcome with emotion. Su Qi is left speechless as a tear wells up in her eye. Noticing this, Wang Han playfully teases her. He asks if she's moved to tears and tells her it's completely okay to cry. He then boasts he can lend her his shoulder, a privilege even international supermodels can't get. His absurd arrogance instantly shatters the tension, and Su Qi lets out a genuine laugh. He then encourages her to try the delicious food. She takes a bite and has to admit it tastes good, to which he confidently replies, of course it does. After they've eaten for a while, Wang Han tells Su Qi to make a wish on her cake. She closes her eyes, puts her hands together, and quietly agrees. Once the moment passes, Wang Han gets serious and asks about her plans. Su Qi looks at him earnestly, reminding him of his promise to support them. She asks if he's going back on his word. Wang Han assures her he is not, but then poses a challenge. He asks if she truly dares to marry a delivery guy like him. Fired up, Su Qi stands and fiercely declares, I dare, adding that if he fails to support them, she'll simply remarry. Hearing this, Wang Han makes his decision and tells her they will register their marriage the very next day. With fierce determination, she agrees, stating that she is not afraid. Satisfied, Wang Han leans back with a smile and declares that it's settled. Their plans are suddenly interrupted when Wang Han's phone buzzes. He tells Su Qi he has to take the call, and she nods. He steps out onto the balcony to answer. The person on the other end, whom he calls Xiaohua, frantically warns him that he is in danger. Xiaohua, who calls Wang Han boss, says an assassin named Hydra is coming to Jiangning City to kill him. Wang Han remains remarkably calm and asks if the source is reliable and if they can confirm Hydra's location. Xiaohua reports Hydra was last seen near the Lin family's villa, lighting a cigarette. Wang Han coolly assures his subordinate he understands and will personally handle the assassin tomorrow. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Su Qi lounges on the sofa, chatting on her phone and enjoying her cake. She's on a call with her best friend, Lin Shuifu, who just wished her a happy birthday and asked if she was the first to do so. With an amused smile, Su Qi tells her friend she was second. Lin Shuifu is instantly shocked, demanding to know who was first, desperately hoping it wasn't Qin Hao. Su Qi, glancing towards the balcony, reveals that it was indeed him. Her friend is furious, demanding to know how she got involved with that delivery guy again. As she takes another bite of cake, Su Qi sighs and tells an astonished Lin Shuifu that it's a long story, but they've decided to register their marriage tomorrow. This news sends her friend into a full-blown panic, who asks if she's completely lost her mind from marrying a delivery guy of all people, and demands her location immediately. Su Qi calmly replies that she's at his place. A worried Lin Shuifu tries to calm her down, promising to figure something out. She declares she'll go and beg the mysterious big shot who won the auction, the one her grandfather knows, to help Su Qi no matter what. However, the call suddenly cuts off, leaving Su Qi wondering what happened. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Wang Han's tense conversation continues. His subordinate adds more worrying news, informing him that the eldest princess had asked about his whereabouts. 2 days ago, Wang Han grows more serious, demanding to know if Xiaohai told her he was in. Jiangning, his subordinate, nervously explains he had no choice, as he knows the princess's temper, and feared she would have castrated him if he hadn't complied. The news is so shocking that Wang Han is speechless and drops his lighter. He yells into the phone, furious that his trusted subordinate betrayed him. Xiaohai tries to defuse the situation, suggesting the princess's powerful family background, making her a perfect match for his boss, and that he should just give in. Wang Han, furious, cuts him off, demanding to know when she's arriving. Witnessing his boss's fury, Xiaohua invents an excuse about a bad signal and abruptly hangs up, leaving Wang Han fuming. He's left alone on the balcony, crouching in utter frustration, thinking this is a very bad situation. Just then, his phone buzzes with a notification. Annoyed, he wonders who's bothering him now. He looks at his screen and sees a text from an unknown number. The sender introduces herself as Lin Shuifu, Lin Xingyun's granddaughter. In the message, she proposes a business partnership, suggesting that since he's new to the city, cooperating with the Su family on the new district project would be mutually beneficial. Desperate to help her friend, she makes a bold offer, promising that if he agrees, she'll do anything he asks. Reading her brazen proposal, Wang Han smirks, thinking she certainly has some nerve. Almost immediately, his phone rings. It's Lin Qingyun, who has clearly learned of his granddaughter's text. He apologizes profusely for the trouble she's caused. Wang Han calmly tells him it's fine. Taking charge, Wang Han gives Lin Qingyun 2 clear instructions. First, he needs a sniper rifle and 2 bullets, which he'll pick up tomorrow. Second, he orders Lin to give Su Che full authority over the new district project, forbidding anyone else from the Su family from getting involved. Without hesitation, Lin Qingyun agrees to carry out his young master's commands. Later, while Wang Han is on the balcony, Su Che is relaxing in her apartment, lying on the bed and reading. Her phone buzzes with a message from her best friend, Lin Shuifu. The text has exciting news. Lin Shuifu contacted the mysterious big shot who won the new district project, Shitel Suke. He has agreed to cooperate with the Su family, and more importantly, he insisted Suki take charge. They're set to meet the next day to iron out the details. Overjoyed, Suki happily replies, confirming she'll see her tomorrow. Just then, Wang Han walks back in and notices her happy expression, asking what's put her in such a good mood. Still seeing him as just a delivery guy, she dismisses it as a simple project matter, something he wouldn't understand. She then seems surprised he found her reading, and he playfully teases that he didn't expect her to have a habit of reading. He leans close, their faces mere inches apart, and whispers there's a lot she doesn't expect about him. Flustered by his proximity, Suki blushes and stammers, asking what he's doing, and reminding him that agreeing to marry him doesn't mean, but instead of making a move, Wang Han gently takes a pillow from the bed. He tells her that if she's tired, she should rest and he'll sleep on the sofa. As he leaves, he nonchalantly adds that reading in bed isn't good for pregnant women, leaving a blushing and speechless Suki behind. Lying back, she's embarrassed, thinking she really thought he was going to do something. The next day, dawn breaks bright on the apartment balcony. Wang Han is in the middle of a grueling workout, performing one-handed handstand push-ups. Suki, in her pajamas, steps out and watches him, amused. She jokingly asks if he's practicing toad style. He lands smoothly and corrects her, stating it's a technique called the dragon coiling hand, a name she's never heard before. He explains it's not a flashy martial art, but a genuine killing technique, demonstrating a few swift movements. Curious, Suki asks why it's simple. Delivery guy, we need to learn something so dangerous. Wang Han stops and looks at her, sharing wisdom from his father. Use martial arts to stop conflict and protect your family. Suki is impressed and agrees his father's words were truly wise. Changing the subject, Wang Han says he has made breakfast and prepared toiletries for her. Touched, she remarks. She never realized a big guy like him could be so thoughtful. With a confident smirk, he replies, there's a lot she hasn't realized about him yet. He then tells her that after they eat, she needs to come with him to her place. She's confused, asking why. He explains they need her household registration book, otherwise they can't register their marriage. He then playfully teases her, asking if she is really sure about marrying a delivery guy like him. Provoked, Suki gets angry, thinking he is backing out. She yells that she isn't scared and tells him to hurry up so they can register their marriage immediately. As they walk to his motorcycle, Suki brings up a practical matter, asking if they should meet his parents first. Wang Han dismisses it, saying there's no need, and they can talk about it after the baby is born. Confused, Sushi asks why they should wait. With a sly smile, Wang Han explains he is afraid his family won't approve of her. He figures that once the baby is born, his family will be forced to accept the situation. Hearing this, Sushi, hands on her hips sarcastically, asks if he is implying he is marrying into her family. He playfully looks her over and compliments her looks, figure, and temperament, but then adds that her family background is a bit lacking. Offended, she asks if he thinks he is more than good enough for her. Wang Han laughs it off, telling her not to take it so seriously and to get on the motorcycle. With an annoyed him, she gets on behind him. He tells her to hold his waist tight, and they speed off down the road. Unbeknownst to them, they're being watched from a hidden spot. Chin Hao and a muscular subordinate see them leave. The subordinate remarks with disgust that the bitch spent the night with a delivery guy and asks his young master what to do. His face dark with rage, Chin Hao barks a brutal order. He orders his men to kill the delivery guy, then drag the bitch to a hotel for him. The subordinate cracks his knuckles, stating he'll gather his men and follow them immediately. As Wang Han and Suchi ride through the city, he notices in his rearview mirror that a white van has been tailing them. He realizes they're being followed. Thinking quickly, he leans back and tells Suchi about a change of plans. He says she should go home first to grab her things, as he has an errand to run. Unaware of the danger, she agrees. Wang Han then accelerates, weaving through traffic to lose their pursuers. Following his plan, Wang Han drives Suchi to a safe house. Once she is safely inside, he gets back on his motorcycle and speeds away, drawing his pursuers' attention. The white van immediately gives chase, following him into an affluent neighborhood. Wang Han leads them on a short chase before pulling up to a large, modern villa, a deliberately chosen location. He halts his motorcycle and gets off, seemingly waiting. He glances at the villa's second-floor balcony and spots a man with spiky hair hiding there, confirming it's an ambush. The man on the balcony realizes he's been spotted. Undeterred, Wang Han calmly walks towards the villa, thinking that since his enemies are gathered here, it's time to take care of them all at once. He enters the lavish, empty house and walks upstairs. In a room, a sniper rifle case sits open on a table, exactly as he had arranged. He picks up the suppressed rifle, impressed by Lin's efficiency. However, his attention is suddenly caught by something unexpected. He looks up and notices a blue bra lying on the nearby bed, leaving him momentarily confused. Before he can process it, a woman wrapped in a towel walks out of an adjoining room. It's Lin Shuifu, Suichi's best friend, who lets out a terrified scream upon seeing a strange man in her room, clutching a high-powered rifle. Lin, recognizing him instantly, Shifu furiously demands to know what this stinking delivery guy is doing in her home. She reminds him he's trespassing in the opulent Lin family's villa. But before their argument can truly escalate, a menacing red laser appears on her forehead, spotting the sniper's laser. Wang Han instantly screams, "Get down!" Without a second to spare, a bullet shatters through the window. Wang Han lunges across the room, tackling a terrified Lin Shuifu, knocking her out of the bullet's path just in time. They crash onto the bed, and she struggles against him, yelling for the bastard to let her go. He holds her down firmly, his expression deadly serious, and quietly warns her to stop yelling, telling her that if she makes another sound, she will be killed. Getting to his feet, Wang Han grabs the sniper rifle. As a stunned Lin Shifu asks, "What is happening?" He ignores her, moving to the shattered window and taking aim at the villa across from them. He mutters a taunt, Hydra must not have 9 brains after all, and fires a single precise shot. A bullet flies across the courtyard and finds its mark, hitting the ambusher on the opposite balcony. The sniper is killed instantly, slumping to the ground with a bullet in his head. Wang Han lowers his weapon with a casual, almost dismissive salute, remarking with feigned disappointment that Hydra was taken care of so easily. Before he can even celebrate, a frantic Lin Shifu grabs him, demanding an explanation for the gun in her house. But at that very moment, Wang Han senses flare as he detects another deadly threat. A second bullet rips through the air, shattering another window from a different angle. Reacting with incredible speed, Wang Han again shouts for her to get down and throws himself on top of her, shielding her with his own body. They crash to the floor as the bullet zips past, where they had just been standing, impacting the wall behind them. Still on the floor with Lin Shifu, Wang Han realizes there are even more attackers outside. Thinking quickly, he snatches a piece of her clothing from the bed, then hurls it into the air as a diversion. Mentally, he tallies his foes, Hydra the assassin, the thug from the van, and now this new sniper. He grimly concludes, he has quite a few guests to entertain today. The decoy works perfectly as the enemy sniper fires right at the movement. Wang Han, meanwhile, takes aim with his own rifle, with a terrified Lin Shuifu watching from behind him. He returns fire with his second and final bullet. The shot streaks across the open space and strikes another sniper, who was hiding in a completely different location, taking him out immediately. Suddenly, heavy suppressing fire erupts from a third location, as another assassin on a nearby rooftop unleashes a volley of shots at their window. Wang Han grabs Lin Shuifu and dives behind a sofa for cover, as the wall behind them is peppered with bullets. Pinned down in a compromising position, she screams and calls him a pervert. Once the shooting stops, Wang Han calmly plucks one of the enemies, spent bullet casings from the wall. He examines it closely and recognizes a unique 6-pointed star insignia on the base. He identifies it as a special warhead from a notorious Eastern European assassin organization known as Heiress. He turns to a shaken Lin Shuifu and asks, "When did you manage to provoke such dangerous people?" She can only stammer that she doesn't know. At that moment, Wang Han looks at his empty rifle and curses himself for being careless. He had only asked for 2 bullets and is now completely out of ammunition. He kneels, wondering what to do, now that he's unarmed and surrounded. Suddenly, a memory strikes Lin Shuifu. She tells Wang Han. She might know who was behind the attack. She recalls that a while ago, an Eastern European boss tried to buy research technology from her company, but she had refused his offer. This revelation provides a clear motive for the professional assassins, now trying to kill her as the hail of bullets continues. Wang Han's eyes narrow as he quickly shoves Lin Shuifu's head down, yelling for her to watch out. Another bullet whizzes right past them. Pinned down behind the sofa, they huddle amidst the debris, waiting for a break in the gunfire. With no ammo left, Wang Han needs another plan. His eyes fall on the broken glass shards, scattered across the floor. Desperate, he decides. He picks up a sharp piece of glass. Seizing a momentary lull in the shooting, he leaps to his feet with incredible speed, flinging the glass shard like a throwing knife towards the final sniper's position. The makeshift projectile finds its target, and the assassin cries out in pain. With the last sniper taken down, the immediate threat is finally over. Wang Han stands up and tells Lin Shuifu she can get up now, because it's safe. Finally on her feet, she looks at him with suspicion and confronts him directly. She states his delivery guy job must be a cover, demanding to know who he really is. Wang Han coldly dismisses her question, telling her she doesn't need to know his identity. Furious at his secrecy, she threatens to tell Su Qi everything, but he quickly holds a finger to his lips to silence her. His expression turns serious as he warns her to be quiet, explaining that he hears a noise outside. A look of terror crosses Lin Shuifu's face as she asks if there are still more enemies. Panicked, she grabs onto him and asks what they're going to do. He calmly tells her not to worry, and that he'll go take a look. Meanwhile, downstairs, Qin Hao's 3 thugs have entered the villa, armed with large machetes. One of them recognizes Wang Han and wonders what a delivery guy is doing. In a place like this, the leader scoffs, assuming he must be a common thief. Just then, Wang Han appears at the top of the stairs. He looks down at the armed intruders, and with a casual wave, greets them, wearing a confident smirk. Wang Han calmly asks the 3 armed men if they're looking for him. The muscular leader points his blade at Wang Han, declaring they are Brother Hao's men, sent directly by Qin Hao. He accuses Wang Han of sleeping with their boss's woman, Suki. Meanwhile, another thug impatiently snaps to stop talking and just break his legs, completely unfazed. Wang Han simply asks what they plan to do about it. Enraged by his arrogance, the thugs charge forward, screaming insults. The fight is brutally short. Wang Han moves with incredible speed, intercepting the first attacker with a powerful kick to the face that snaps his head back. In seconds, 2 of the thugs are unconscious, leaving only their stunned leader. The muscular thug stares in disbelief, wondering since when the standards for delivery guys had gotten so high, and realizing his opponent is a trained martial artist. Refusing to accept defeat by a mere delivery guy, he lets out a furious yell and charges at Wang Han with his machete. Wang Han effortlessly leaps over the wild swing, and in a single motion, delivers a devastating kick to the man's arm. The blow sends a machete flying and knocks the thug to the ground. With all 3 attackers defeated, Wang Han stands amidst the scattered bodies. Lin Shuifu, who watched the fight from the top of the stairs, finally lets out a terrified scream. The sound alerts the downed leader. Though beaten, is still conscious. Angered by her screaming, he struggles to his feet and sees an opportunity, lunging towards the defenseless Lin Shuifu. Before she can react, he grabs her and holds his blade to her throat, taking her hostage. He glares at Wang Han, threatening to kill her if he takes another step. A terrified Lin Shuifu warns him that her grandfather will not spare him if he dares to harm her. However, Wang Han remains utterly calm. He looks at the thug and, with a chilling lack of any emotion, he simply tells him to go ahead and do it. Ignoring the blade pressed against Lin Shuifu's throat, Wang Han slowly walks towards the panicked thug, taunting him relentlessly and asking why he hasn't acted on his threat yet. as Wang Han continues his relentless advance. He coldly asks if the man is simply too scared. The thug, sweating and utterly terrified, screams at him to stop. In a blur of motion, Wang Han closes the distance in an instant. Before the thug can even react, Wang Han catches the flat of the sword blade between his thumb and forefinger, stopping the weapon completely dead. He looks at the thug with pure contempt and asks if he really thinks he's skilled enough to brandish a sword in front of him. The thug is absolutely shocked by Wang Han's impossible strength, realizing with utter horror that he cannot move the blade at all. Wang Han continues to mock him, asking again why he doesn't just make his move already. Then, with a simple flick of his fingers, he shatters the steel blade, sending razor-sharp shards of metal flying. As the thug and Lin Shuifu stare in stunned disbelief. Before the thug can even recover, Wang Han grabs him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. He asks if a stinking, rotten shrimp like him is even worthy of fighting him. Choking, the thug tries desperately to save himself by gasping that he is a member of the powerful Black Dragon Society. Wang Han is completely unimpressed, dismissively asking, "So what?" before brutally slamming the man's head into the floor, knocking him instantly unconscious. However, the thug suddenly recovers and tries a new, bizarre tactic. He scrambles frantically to his feet, pleading with Wang Han not to go down a path of crime. This bizarre appeal, however, has absolutely no effect. Wang Han delivers a brutal, skull-crushing stomp to the man's face, causing him to scream out in agony as blood flies violently from his mouth. Completely broken, the thug begs pitifully for mercy. He pleads for Wang Han to stop, even making up a story about having an 80-year-old mother. In a final, desperate bid, he tells Wang Han he has important information to report. Looming over him, Wang Han gives the battered thug 3 seconds to deliver his final words. The man rapidly spills his vital intel. Brother Qin Hao has already gone to find Su Qi, and if Wang Han doesn't move swiftly, he'll be too late. This revelation rocks Wang Han, absolutely furious that the thug hadn't spilled this vital intel sooner. He delivers one final brutal kick, knocking him out cold. Just then, they hear a loud pounding at the door. A voice from outside shouts, "Police!" Realizing he must vanish immediately, Wang Han tells Lin Shuifu he's going after Su Qi and entrusting the situation to her. He gives her one crucial final instruction, not to breathe a word about his presence. As he bolts out, she tells him to go, assuring him she knows exactly what to tell them. Moments later, 2 police officers storm into the villa. The lead officer flashes his badge at Lin Shuifu and demands to know what happened. Just as 2 more police cars screech to a halt outside, she begins to explain that she was in the shower when 3 men burst in, armed with knives. Following her statement, the police apprehend the 3 unconscious thugs. An officer reports to his captain that they've discovered 2 dead bodies. The snipers Wang Han had taken down in the villa just across the street, and that they're clearly not ordinary people. Stunned, the captain orders his men to bring everyone and everything back to the station for a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, Su Qi is being cornered in a bedroom by furious Qin Hao. He reveals his sinister intentions, reminding her of the time he drugged her drink, and gloating he's going to force himself on her now. A terrified Su Qi screams at him to get out, but he only grows more enraged. He sneers that he's dispatched men to kill the delivery guy, and once they're done, he'll make her confront him with a final, predatory lunge. He vows he's going to play her to death. Qin Hao pins a struggling Su Qi to the bed. She demands he let go, but he merely taunts her, telling her she can scream all she wants, because no one is coming to save her. He adds with a sinister, chilling grin that the delivery guy is tied up with his own problems, and that today he's going to force himself on her, just as he leans in close. A powerful slap cracks right across his face, sending a tooth flying through the air. Qin Hao is sent tumbling violently across the room, landing in a heap. In the doorway now stands Wang Han, who looks down at the defeated man and coldly states he must be tired of living to dare lay a hand on his woman. Struggling to his knees, clutching his bruised face, Chin Hao furiously demands of the delivery guy if he knows who his father is. Unimpressed, Wang Han declares that no matter who his father is, he'll pay for raising a son like him. Enraged, Chin Hao stumbles to his feet, shouting that his father is none other than Qin Gang, the richest man in all of Jiangning City, and that going against him is a guaranteed death sentence. He then lunges forward, attempting to attack. Wang Han effortlessly sidesteps the clumsy attack and delivers a devastatingly powerful kick, dismissing him as a complete loser. The blow sends Chin Hao flying headfirst into a piece of furniture, knocking him out cold. Wang Han then turns to a visibly shaken Su Qi and gently reassures her not to be afraid, because it's all over now. He pulls her into a comforting, protective embrace as she tells him how incredibly glad she is that he came. He holds her close and reassures her that, as long as he's with her, no one will ever dare to touch her again. Meanwhile, the beaten Chin Hao struggles painfully to his feet and stumbles out of the room, shouting one last threat at that stinking delivery guy to just wait. With the immediate danger gone, Su Qi looks up at Wang Han and asks what time it is. Confused, he asks her what's wrong. She explains she almost forgot an important meeting at her company and asks if he would go with her. With a warm smile, Wang Han agrees without hesitation, promising he'll accompany her anywhere. Su Qi and Wang Han arrive in a sleek red sports car at a large, modern corporate building. As they get out, a person greets Su Qi, informing her that President Liu is already waiting in the conference room. They enter, and Su Qi immediately apologizes to a woman in a business suit for being late. The woman, President Liu, is none other than Wang Han's assistant, Liu Yu. She's utterly shocked to see him and almost addresses him as young master, but he quickly stops her with a discreet gesture. Thinking fast, Wang Han smoothly puts an arm around her and pretends they're old classmates. This completely stuns Su Qi, who can't believe Wang Han and the powerful President Liu actually know each other. Su Qi remarks on the strange coincidence, and Liu Yu nervously agrees. As she's invited to sit with everyone now seated, Liu Yu prepares to get down to business, and Su Qi agrees to begin. However, just as they're about to start, the door suddenly bursts open. Su Kai's grandfather, her father, and two other men from the Su family stride in, fawning all over President Liu and expressing how honored they are. They insist that for such an important project, they couldn't possibly be careless. A shocked Su Qi asks her grandfather why he's even there, and Liu Yu politely greets him. The grandfather explains he was so excited about the new district project that he rushed right over. His friendly demeanor vanishes the moment he notices Wang Han. Yang asks Su Qi why she would bring an outsider to such an important meeting. Su Qi stands her ground, reminding her grandfather that, since she is in charge of the project, it's her right to decide who she brings. This infuriates her father, Su Jianya, who yells at her, questioning when it became her turn to speak for the company. He belittles her, telling her she has no qualifications, and ordering her to give up her seat for her brother and go pour water for President Liu. At that moment, a smirking young man steps forward and introduces himself as Su Lei. He tells President Liu to discuss the project with him, dismissing Su Qi by saying she has no say. Su Qi attempts to protest to her grandfather, insisting the project was hers, but her father rudely cuts her off yet again, barking at her to pour the water. Finally, another man, Su Qi's uncle Su Yinyong, swoops in to deliver the final, crushing blow. He smugly informs Su Qi that from now on, all company matters should be handed over to Su Lei, reminding her she'll be getting married soon and should understand her place. As the Su family tries to completely push Su Qi aside, Wang Han finally speaks up. With his arms crossed and an intense gaze, he boldly asks what they think they're doing, reminding them that the project was originally assigned to Su Qi. This absolutely infuriates Su Qi's grandfather, who bellows at Wang Han to shut up, questioning what right he has to even speak. Zula then chimes in with a smug look. mocking Suchi for having a delivery guy as a boyfriend. He then informs his grandfather that he heard she's pregnant with this man's child. This shocking revelation sends the grandfather into a blind rage. He points a furious finger at Wang Han and orders Suchi to get this low-class trash out immediately. He declares both Wang Han and his dog banned from the company. Suchi leaps to Wang Han's defense, arguing that it doesn't matter what he does, because he earns his money honestly. Her grandfather has no right to insult him. Her defiance only enrages the old man further. Seeing the situation is hopeless, Wang Han stands to leave with Suchi. He tells her family they are absolutely shameless and repeats his condition. The project can only be handled by Suchi. The grandfather confronts him, demanding to know what right a mere delivery guy has to make demands. Instead of answering, Wang Han turns to a visibly nervous Liu Yu. He smoothly addresses her as his old classmate and asks her to do him a favor. He states that Suchi is his fiancée, and the project must be given to her alone. Under his commanding gaze, Liu Yu reluctantly agrees. Su Lei, completely stunned, tries to argue back, declaring to President Liu that Suchi is irresponsible and knows absolutely nothing about the company, insisting he would be a far better choice. But Liu Yu, strictly following Wang Han's orders, completely ignores him and addresses the grandfather directly. She states her company will only work with Suchi. If the Su family cannot agree to this, they will simply find another partner. The grandfather is utterly stunned and asks to speak with her boss directly. Liu Yu delivers a final, crushing blow. She informs him she has full authority and that he, the patriarch, is not even qualified to meet her boss. These harsh words leave the old man sweating and completely speechless, utterly defeated and humiliated in front of his entire family. Truly, utterly defeated. Suchi's father, Su Jianya, quickly changes his tune. He tells President Liu not to be angry and assures her they will meet her demands, agreeing to put Suchi in charge. His father-in-law also agrees, saying that as long as they secure the partnership, it's fine if Suchi is the one to do it. Satisfied, Liu Yu states that they will sign the contract today. Now in control, Liu Yu stands beside Suchi and dismisses the rest of the Su family. She curtly informs them she and Suchi need to discuss the contract details in private and that they can now leave. With no power to object, Su Jianya can only agree and helps his stunned father-in-law out of the room. As the defeated men grudgingly file out, Su Lei tries to protest to his father, but he is quickly silenced and unceremoniously ushered out. Once they are finally gone, Wang Han watches the door close with a smug smirk, thinking what a pathetic bunch of clowns they are, and how they brought this humiliation entirely upon themselves. Liu Yu then professionally hands the contract to Suchi to review. Meanwhile, in an office elsewhere, an enraged Su Lei confronts his father, Su Jianya, demanding to know how he could let that bitch Suchi be in charge. Su Hyande, sitting calmly at his desk, tells him not to worry, assuring him he has a plan. Yet when Su Lei tries to ask their uncle, as Su Jianzhong tries to leave, his father halts him. He declares they're all on the same team here. Then, he drops a bombshell, revealing a shocking family secret. Suchi isn't his biological daughter. Both Su Lei and Su Jianya are left utterly stunned. Su Jianzhong demands to know if his sister-in-law cheated, but Su Jianya quickly sets the record straight. He explains that his wife, Yang Huimin, was unable to have children, so they adopted Suchi. He then gripes that she's now disgraced the family by getting entangled with a mere delivery guy. Asotfil Su Hyansang asks about Suchi's biological parents. Su Jianya shrugs off the question, claiming he doesn't know and assuming they're long dead, having left her nothing but a worthless jade pendant. Animpatient Su Lei Katzing, eager to hear his father's master plan. With a sinister grin, Su Jianzhong unveils his scheme. He tells them to simply wait and let Suchi take over the project for now. Once she's done all the hard work, he has a cunning way to snatch it from her. Understanding the plot, Su Lei agrees with a confident, sly smile. Dressed in a suit, cigarette in hand, Wang Han approaches two security guards on duty and casually asks for a light. A heavier-set guard offers him a lighter. Noticing bang fans formal atira. The guard assumes he's there for an interview. But Wang Han simply says, no, curious. The guard then asks what he's doing there. Very casually, Wang Han reveals he's a delivery guy. The two guards burst into laughter, one of them joking that delivery guys and security guards are lifelong enemies. Wang Han hukles, but then he notices both guards suddenly grow serious and stand up straight. So he asks what's going on. Suddenly, the guards snap to attention. One tells the other that President Su has arrived. The heavier-set guard explains with clear admiration that President Su is the most beautiful woman in the entire company, and that seeing her daily gives him the motivation to work. Wang Han scoffs at them for getting so worked up over a woman. Annoyed, the guard snaps at him, telling him not to act so high and mighty. He reminds Wang Han that, as a mere delivery guy, he's no better than them. Just then, the elegant Su Chi makes her grand appearance. The two guards eagerly and respectfully greet her. As President Su, she acknowledges their hard work, then announces she's off to get her car. As Su Chi heads toward her flashy red sports car, the larger guard is absolutely ecstatic, boasting to his colleague that President Su Chi actually spoke to him. Wang Han, watching this unfold, wonders if such an over-the-top reaction is really necessary. The guard then approaches Wang Han and patronizingly puts an arm on his shoulder. He offers some wise advice, telling him that even as a simple delivery guy, it's still important to have dreams. Just then, Su Chi pulls up beside them in her flashy red sports car from the driver's seat. She looks at Wang Han and tells him to get in. Wang Han bids the guards farewell with a knowing smile, telling them he'll remember their kind words and he'll see them later. He then calmly climbs into the luxury car's passenger seat. The two guards are left utterly frozen, watching in utter disbelief as the sports car speeds away. They're unable to process that the humble delivery guy they were just pitying, just left with their beautiful, unattainable boss. As they drive, Wang Han observes Su Chi's happy expression and remarks that things must have gone smoothly. Sui agrees, explaining it's all thanks to her friend Lin Shuifu, who found the mysterious mastermind behind the new district project. She adds she's determined to thank this person, face to face. Amused, Wang Han tells her she should definitely thank him well. He then changes the subject, informing her he's already contacted the Civil Affairs Bureau, and they'll register their marriage the very next morning. Su Chi calmly agrees to the plan, but lays out her conditions. She only wants the marriage certificate, so their child will have a father. After the baby is born, she'll pay him a monthly sum of 30,000. Surprised, Wang Han asks if she's trying to keep him as her kept man. Su Chi retorts that he can think whatever he wants. With a confident smirk, Wang Han crosses his arms and retorts that if she truly wants to keep him, 30,000 is far too little. His response infuriates Susie. She tells him not to push his luck, questioning how much a delivery guy could possibly earn in a month, and implying 30,000 is more than enough. In her frustration, she slams her foot on the accelerator, and the red sports car speeds down the city street. They soon arrive at the entrance of an upscale, modern residential complex. After parking, Wang Han gets out and leans on the door, teasing Su Chi that she seems to know the route well and has already memorized the way to his home. Annoyed, she replies that with GPS, she can go anywhere. As they walk through the complex, Wang Han's phone begins to ring. He tells Su Chi to wait a moment, as he needs to take the call. Wang Han answers casually, asking the old man on the other end what's going on. The person informs him a shipment has been seized by the Black Dragon Society, and he needs to handle it. The caller also mentions a card has been left at his doorstep. To help with the problem, Wang Han confidently agrees, promising to take care of everything by noon. The next day, the caller then abruptly changes the subject, asking if he heard correctly that Wang Han is getting married. This question startles and angers Wang Han, who demands to know who leaked the information. The old man reveals that Lin Xing Yun told him and accuses Wang Han of trying to get married. Without permission, he continues his tirade, questioning why Wang Han would pass over countless wealthy heiresses for a girl from the minor Su family. Wang Han tries to de-escalate and explain. However, the old man cuts him off, saying there is no need for explanations. Instead, he informs a horrified Wang Han that his big sister will be coming to question him personally the next day, and he should prepare himself. Wang Han is thrown into a complete panic, begging the old man not to be so cruel, wondering if he could even survive her visit. But the call abruptly ends, leaving a furious and stressed Wang Han to hang up. He mutters a threat, vowing to get back at the old man. Noticing his agitated state, Suchi approaches and asks what happened. Quickly hiding his turmoil, Wang Han reassures her it's nothing. He puts a reassuring arm on her shoulder and tells her it's time to go home. They walk back to his apartment, entering his modern living room. Once inside, Suki spots a white card on the coffee table and asks what it is. Wang Han casually explains it's just a gift card, meant for someone else, quickly changing the subject. He takes off his jacket and suggests she must be hungry, offering to cook. Suchi quietly agrees. As he heads to the kitchen, Suchi sits on the sofa, holding his jacket. A small, content smile forms on her face, as she thinks that having a kept man at home is actually quite nice. In his apartment, Wang Han, now wearing an apron, tells Suchi to have a seat, and that he'll be finished cooking soon. She thanks him as he heads back into the kitchen. He playfully remarks that it's no trouble for his wife and child, adding that he is, after all, a kept house husband. His comment leaves Suki speechless, and she sits on the sofa with a faint, amused smile. The next day, the scene shifts to the Jiangning Civil Affairs Bureau. Wang Han and Suchi walk out of the building, each holding a red marriage certificate. Wang Han proudly declares that from now on, he is officially a married man. Suchi playfully teases him, asking his plans for the day, and if he's going to deliver food. Wang Han dismisses it, joking that now that he's in some nice clothes, he should go out and have some fun with a few young ladies. His response instantly irritates Suchi. She calls him hopeless and complains that even as a married man, his terrible temper hasn't faded one bit. She huffs, spinning around and storming off, telling him to just do whatever he wants. The moment she's gone, Wang Han's playful grin vanishes, replaced by a stone-cold, serious expression. He realizes that before anything else, he absolutely needs to handle the task the old man assigned him. His mission leads him straight to a towering skyscraper, the headquarters of the notorious Black Dragon Group. He stands before the colossal building, confirming he's arrived at the right place. He reflects on the group's dark origins, recalling that the Black Dragon Society was once just a brutal local gang that has since transformed into a seemingly legitimate corporation. However, he knows they're still knee-deep in shady business, like brutal debt collection and illegal loan sharking. With a cold and determined look in his eyes, he resolves to see for himself just how capable they really are. Wang Han strides into the Black Dragon Group's lavish lobby. Two thuggish men at a reception desk confront him, asking his business, hands casually in his pockets. Wang Han confidently states he's here to collect a debt. The long-haired thug misunderstands, thinking Wang Han is a client. He says Wang Han has come to the right place, as debt collection is one of their main services. Wang Han calmly corrects him, clarifying he's there to collect a debt from a man named Baldy Liu. This statement instantly enrages the two men. They demand to know who this fool thinks he is, and if he understands whose territory he's in, accusing him of having a death wish. As they both charge forward, the long-haired man attacks first with a wild kick, but Wang Han dodges it with effortless ease. The thug's momentum sends him stumbling to his knees. Before he can even begin to recover, Wang Han delivers a swift, brutal kick to his face. Seeing his partner down, the bald thug rushes forward. Throwing a punch, he meets the same brutal fate, as Wang Han's powerful kick sends him flying. With both men defeated and sprawled on the lobby floor, Wang Han stands over the still conscious long-haired thug. His expression remains icy as he calmly asks if the man is finally ready to take him to Baldy Lu. The scene shifts to an opulent office where Baldy Lu, the notorious head of the Black Dragon Group, is relaxing. A woman with long, purple hair leans over him intimately. She playfully licks a drop of red wine from his chest. He asks if it tastes good, and she replies that it has a lot of flavor. With a smug grin, Baldy Lu tells her that if she likes it, she can drink more, promising to feed her until she's utterly full. Later, she playfully calls him naughty. Their moment is shattered when the office door suddenly bursts open. A tattooed man named Wen Long rushes in, panicked, screaming that someone has broken in. Enraged by the interruption, Baldy Lu yells at Wen Long for not knocking, asking if he couldn't see he was busy. He furiously declares this is his territory and questions who would dare to barge in. Wen Long stammers, trying to explain, but before he can finish, a body comes flying through the doorway. The man, one of the thugs from the lobby, crashes hard onto the floor, in front of Baldy Lu's desk, leaving the boss and the woman utterly stunned. His shock turns to rage. Baldy Lu leaps to his feet, pulling out a pistol. He points it at the door and screams, demanding to know what dog had the nerve to invade his turf. Following the thug, a black object flies through the doorway. It is a heavy, ornate car that embeds itself with a sharp thud into the desk, right in front of a stunned Baldy Lu. Still holding his pistol, he cautiously picks it up. His expression shifts from anger to pure terror as he recognizes the insignia and screams, identifying it as a black card from the 10 Greats Association. From a floor, the beaten thug, Wen Long, looks up in confusion, asking what the 10 Greats Association is, and learning it's a terrifying organization of 10 powerful. At that very moment, the underworld bosses, Wang Han coolly strides into the office. He looks down with a calm, condescending expression, then remarks how surprised he is that they've even heard of his association. The mere sight of Wang Han triggers a horrified realization. In Baldy Lu, he screams out, "Ninth young master," finally understanding just who has come for him. In utter shock, he stumbles backward, completely losing his composure. As Wang Han calmly strolls further into the office, he simply notes, it's quite impressive someone still remembers his name, as he's been out of the underworld for many years. Without hesitation, Baldy Lu drops to his knees, bowing his head in total, absolute submission. He asks what orders the 9th young master has for him. In a stunning display of this power shift, the now kneeling gang boss respectfully holds out a lighter for Wang Han, who calmly lights a cigarette. Taking a drag, Wang Han gets straight to the point, mentioning he heard Baldy Lu had recently seized a shipment of goods. Panicked, the kneeling man insists it must be a misunderstanding. Wang Han looks down at him with a cold expression, remarking that he admires his nerve for daring to steal from the 10 Grades Association. Still feigning submission, Baldy Lu promises to return the goods immediately. However, he's secretly reaching for a pistol, tucked into his waistband, preparing to make a desperate move. Aware of the deception, Wang Han remains unfazed. He looks at the gang boss and delivers a chilling warning, asking if he's ever heard the saying, when a black card appears, even gods and ghosts will submit. Pushed to a desperate act, Baldy Lu springs to his feet, aiming his pistol directly at Wang Han. He screams that, since the 9th young master won't give him a way out, he shouldn't be blamed for being ruthless. However, before he can even fire, Wang Han moves with impossible speed. He flicks his still-lit cigarette through the air. A tiny object slams into the pistol, just as Baldy Lu pulls the trigger. Deflecting the shot, Wang Han calmly declares he doesn't appreciate guns being pointed at him. With the threat neutralized, Wang Han coolly plucks the black card from the desk. He holds it up, delivering a chilling proclamation, stating that everyone who had ever pointed a gun at him was now dead. In a single, fluid motion, He wields the card's sharp edge like a blade, slashing it across Baldy Lu's throat in a swift, lethal strike. The gang boss collapses to the floor dead. This gruesome scene leaves the purple-haired woman screaming in terror while the tattooed thug, Wen Long, stares in shock at the body of his fallen boss. The commotion draws other gang members to the doorway. They freeze, shouting in disbelief that their boss has been killed. Ignoring the chaos, Wang Han grabs a terrified Wen Long. He presents him with two stark choices: hand over the goods and become the new boss, or hand over the goods and join Baldy Lu in death. Faced with this dire ultimatum, Wen Long makes his decision instantly. He and all the other thugs immediately bow their heads in submission, pledging unwavering loyalty to the ninth young master and disavowing any connection to their former bosses' actions. Satisfied, Wang Han accepts their pledge and calmly orders someone to take him to his shipment. His mission now complete. Outside the imposing headquarters of the Black Dragon Group, a car pulls up. Shin Hao gets out, accompanied by a thug on crutches, who is heavily bandaged. The subordinate nervously advises his boss to be cautious, warning that Wang Han is not to be taken lightly. However, Shin Hao, consumed by rage, dismisses the advice, declaring he will kill Wang Han today. No matter what, he storms toward the entrance, shouting that he is there to see the boss of the Black Dragon Society. With a face twisted in fury, he vows that as long as the gang's boss, Old Lu, gets rid of that stinking delivery guy for him, he is willing to pay any price. Meanwhile, inside the office, a new hierarchy has been established. Wang Han now stands before the assembled gang members. He officially appoints Wen Long as their new leader. He proudly declares, Wen Long is now fully in charge of the Black Dragon Group. He then promises a prosperous future to all who follow him. The other gang members quickly accept this decree, respectfully addressing their new leader. Just as this new order settles in, Shin Hao suddenly bursts into the office, shouting for Old Lu. He frantically looks around the room, now clearly under new management, and angrily demands to know where the old boss is. Confronting the new leader, Wen Long, a furious Shin Hao dismisses him entirely, insisting he's here to see the old boss for a major business deal. From behind the desk, Wen Long calmly informs him that Old Lu is no longer around, and that he is now in charge of the Black Dragon Society. Accepting the change, Shin Hao congratulates the new leader, and immediately gets to his offer. He wants them to kill someone for him, and he's willing to pay a whopping 50 million for the job. Intrigued by the enormous sum, Wen Long asks who the mysterious target could be. Shin Hao reveals that the person he wants dead is a simple delivery guy. Wen Long scoffs at the proposal, thinking it's absurd to pay 50 million to kill a mere delivery driver, and telling Shin Hao he has definitely come to the wrong place for a joke. Enraged, Shin Hao insists he is not kidding. He furiously explains that this delivery guy beat him senseless and stole his woman, and for that he must die. Seeing a lucrative opportunity, Wen Long is amused at his first big deal. As bosses arrived so quickly, he calmly tells Shin Hao not to get worked up over a simple delivery guy, and agrees to take care of it. Shin Hao insists he must go with them, as he knows exactly where the target lies, and wants to personally witness his death. Wen Long readily agrees, promising to gather his men and handle the matter, to Shin Hao's ultimate satisfaction. With a confident gesture, he rallies his men. A declaration rings out. They're all rallying to help Shin Hao get his revenge. His subordinates respond with a resounding, loyal yes. Brother Long. The scene shifts back to the XX food delivery center, where Wang Han has returned to his ordinary day job. Now in his uniform, he's greeted by his curious co-workers, who mention he's been gone for several days. They add that the boss has been looking for him. Wang Han calmly replies he'll see the boss after he finishes a few deliveries. He lights a cigarette as his co-workers drive off, bidding him farewell. He sits on his red motorcycle, exuding cool confidence. However, as he drives along, a black van suddenly swerves and sharply cuts him off. The van's side door slides open, and an enraged Shin Hao emerges, wielding a heavy metal pipe. He glares menacingly at Wang Han, gloating that he never expected to be found. So quickly, standing calmly, Wang Han looks at his vengeful pursuer and admits this confrontation is somewhat unexpected. Blinded by rage, Qin Hao charges forward, swinging the heavy pipe. He screams he's going to make Wang Han kneel and cry. However, Wang Han, with complete calm, effortlessly sidesteps the clumsy attack. As Qin Hao stumbles past, Wang Han flicks his still-lit cigarette with perfect aim, sending it directly into Qin Hao's open mouth. The sudden pain and shock make Qin Hao cry out. Before he can recover, Wang Han taunts him, asking if he was the one who wanted to kneel. He then delivers a powerful knee strike to Qin Hao's stomach, followed by a brutal elbow to his back, yelling that he will make him kneel. The series of blows is simply too much, and Qin Hao collapses to his knees in agony. Humiliated, Qin Hao screams at the tattooed gang leader, Wenlong, demanding what he's waiting for, and reminding him he wasn't paid to just stand by. On cue, Wenlong and his subordinates emerge from the van, lighting a cigar with a smug expression. Wenlong muses, "I'm curious to see if all delivery guys are as tough as this one," while Qin Hao, from the ground, issues a cruel order. "Don't kill Wang Han quickly. I want him tortured slowly, to suffer a fate worse than death." Wenlong approaches Wang Han, placing a familiar hand on his shoulder, condescendingly calling him friend. However, the moment Wang Han turns his head, Wenlong's arrogant smirk vanishes, replaced by pure shock and terror, as he finally recognizes who he's confronting. Reacting instantly, Wang Han furiously demands, "Who do you think you're calling, friend?" He grabs Wenlong by the head and brutally slams his face down onto his own lit cigar, burning him. Standing over the terrified, injured gang leader, Wang Han taunts, "Have you gotten arrogant?" After being the new boss for a few minutes, clutching his burned face, Wenlong stammers in absolute fear, finally addressing Wang Han by his true title, Ninth Young Master. He frantically apologizes, swearing he never would have dared to show up if he had known who he was dealing with. Utterly bewildered, Qin Hao dismisses Wenlong's title and tries to order him to attack Wang Han. Terrified of angering Wang Han further, Wenlong immediately turns on his former client. He viciously kicks Qin Hao, screaming, "This is the fool who wanted to attack the ninth young master." The powerful kick sends Qin Hao flying, crashing painfully onto the pavement. Wang Han steps on the beaten Qin Hao and delivers a final, cold warning. "This is the last time," he tells him. "If you value your life, never provoke me again." Through his pain, Qin Hao stammers that he understands. Wang Han then adds a more severe threat. He reminds Qin Hao that Su Qi is his wife and warns him to stay far away from her. "This time, I only broke your hand. Next time, you won't be so fortunate." To emphasize his point, he grinds his shoe onto Qin Hao's bandaged head, making him yelp in agony. With the situation handled, Wang Han whips out his phone, grumbling that he's going to be late again. Behind him, Wenlong and his men stand by, silent and respectful, as Wang Han gets ready to leave. A dazed Qin Hao struggles back to his feet, still clueless, and shouts at Wenlong, demanding why he couldn't even deal with one measly delivery guy. Wenlong turns back to face his former client with a grim expression. He tells Qin Hao that the delivery guy he just insulted is someone he can never afford to offend. He's trying to make him understand the immense power Qin Hao just challenged. Continuing with his deliveries, Wang Han arrives at an old, run-down apartment building. As he walks down the dim, grimy hallway, carrying a food package, he mutters to himself about how dilapidated the place is. He finds the correct apartment and knocks on the door. The door is answered by a disheveled man with messy blue hair and a truly menacing gaze. Wang Han professionally tells him the total is 20 yuan, asking if he'll pay with cash or a code. The man curtly replies that he'll pay with cash. As the man fumbles for money, Wang Han's expression grows suspicious. Sensing something is off, his suspicion is confirmed when he glances past the man into the dark apartment. There, he sees a terrified woman with torn clothes in the background, desperately trying to signal for help. She's clearly being held captive. Before she can make a sound, another man strikes her across the head, knocking her down and telling her to be quiet. Witnessing this, Wang Han's demeanor instantly shifts. The blue-haired man tries to pay him and get rid of him, angrily telling him to get lost, and that what's happening is none of his business. He then slams the door shut. Inside, the two criminals panic, realizing the delivery guy saw everything. One asks what they should do, and the other replies without hesitation, "We should kill him." Left in a hallway, Wang Han puts a hand to his head in utter frustration, mumbling about the unbelievable bad luck of getting into this mess. His thoughts are cut short as the door bursts open. Once more, the blue-haired man lunges at him, knife in hand, ready to strike. A surprised, yet prepared, Wang Han wonders if they're seriously trying to kill him. Reacting to the blade, Wang Han instantly kicks the blue-haired guy, sending him flying and disarming him. Standing in the doorway, Wang Han looks utterly annoyed, grumbling to himself that even a simple delivery job is forcing him to get his hands dirty. Inside, the second kidnapper realizes this delivery guy is a trained fighter. Enraged, he grabs a machete and charges at Wang Han, screaming for him to die. Unfazed, Wang Han effortlessly blocks the attack, grabbing the man's wrist and mocking his pathetic skills. He then delivers a brutal elbow to his face, sending him to the floor, crying for help. With both men neutralized, Wang Han kicks the door shut and turns his serious gaze toward the victim. He finds the terrified young woman tied up on a bed, weakly pleading for help. He approaches and gently begins to untie her, asking if she's able to walk. After she confirms she can, he kindly places his jacket over her shoulders. He tells her he's already called the police and offers to call her family for a pickup, to which she agrees. He then says he's going outside to tie up the two men to make sure they don't escape, leaving her with her phone. Wang Han stands over the two kidnappers, now tied up back-to-back on the floor. He tells the brats they got what they deserved for running into him. The rescued woman approaches, impressed that he handled both of them by himself. She thanks him for saving her and introduces herself as Xiao Wangjing. Wang Han humbly replies that it was no trouble and introduces himself as Xiao Wangjing. She holds her phone, presumably after calling her family. She looks at the screen with a surprised expression. It looks like an incoming call has completely interrupted her. So, she hands the phone right back to Wang Han. He answers with a professional, calm demeanor, but a furious female voice on the other end immediately scolds him, asking if he's actually become bold enough to get married, all without telling his own family. A look of pure panic washes over Wang Han's face as he stammers, recognizing the caller as his big sister. The woman commands him to meet her in Jiangning that very night and to bring his new fiancée along. All he can do is nervously agree to her demands. After she abruptly hangs up the call, Wang Han looks utterly exasperated. He mutters about how that shrew always hangs up without so much as a warning. At that moment, the door suddenly bursts open and an older man, flanked by two police officers, shouts Xiao Wanjing's name loudly. Overjoyed, Xiao Wanjing calls out to her father and rushes toward him. Meanwhile, Wang Han stands calmly beside the now subdued criminals. Her father pulls her into a tight, relieved hug, anxiously asking if she was hurt. Xiao Wanjing reassures her worried father that she is completely unharmed and points to Wang Han, explaining that this very man saved her. As two police officers apprehend the tied-up criminals, a lead officer orders them to be taken away. Wang Han stuns Bi, adding that he was the one who personally knocked them out. Xiao Wanjing's father approaches Wang Han, formally thanking him for saving his daughter, and asking if he truly subdued the two thugs. Wang Han simply confirms that he did. The older man is thoroughly impressed, thinking it's truly unexpected to find such a powerful, hidden dragon working as a delivery man. He mentally assesses Wang Han's abilities, noting that based on his powerful aura, Wang Han must be at least a low-level grandmaster. He introduces himself as Zhaotian Xiong and offers Wang Han his business card. He tells Wang Han that he is greatly in his debt and to call him if he ever needs help. In Jiangning City, Wang Han accepts the card and, recognizing the name White Tiger Martial Arts Hall, politely promises to visit when he can, as Wang Han says he has other business and turns to leave. Sure, Tianshuang tries to stop him, offering him a job right at his martial arts hall for a hefty 50,000 a month. Though it surely pays better than food delivery, Wang Han politely turns him down. Watching him leave, Sha Tiansheng remarks on the impressive talent of such a young man. Shan Jing calls out to Wang Han, realizing he'd forgotten his jacket, but he's already speeding away. Down on the street, Wang Han walks back to his motorcycle. As police load the kidnappers into their squad car, getting on his bike, he thinks about how much trouble a single delivery caused him. With that taken care of, he decides it's time to go find Suki. He starts his motorcycle and speeds off. The scene shifts to the towering Su Group skyscraper. Inside an office, Suki is at her desk when a man in a blue suit enters. He tells her he heard from Shueifu that she was in trouble and immediately flew back from overseas to help. Lin Jingpeng tries to reassure her, but Suki coldly rejects his offer, informing him the company already has a solution and his help is definitely not needed. Undeterred, Lin Jingpeng continues his unwanted advances, declaring he will always be right by her side. He confesses he rejected many women abroad because she's the only one in his heart. Annoyed, Suki stands and demands that he stay away and call her by her proper name, Suki. He ignores her and grabs her arm, desperately asking her to be his woman and promising her everything. Having finally reached her limit, Suki slaps him hard across the face. She tells him to respect himself and then reveals the shocking truth. She is already married and pregnant. A stunned Lin Jingpeng holds his cheek, refusing to believe her and accusing her of lying. At that exact moment, the office door opens, and Wang Han walks in with 2 containers of food. He looks at the scene and remarks to himself that he seems to have quite a few love rivals. Seizing the opportunity, Suki walks over to the stunned Lin Jingpeng and scolds Wang Han for not knocking. Faking an angry boss, she treats him like a misbehaving subordinate. Wang Han smoothly plays along, asking what the trouble is. Su Qi then glides over to Wang Han and intimately links arms with him. She dramatically explains to Lin Jingpeng that Wang Han brought her food because she simply can't go hungry while pregnant. Then, gazing at the utterly stunned man, she formally introduces Wang Han as her husband. As the word husband escapes her lips, a warm, fuzzy feeling spreads through her, and she leans against him with a tender smile. Lin Jingpeng is absolutely devastated. He points a trembling finger at the couple and asks, in sheer disbelief, if this man truly is her husband. Stepping forward protectively, Wang Han curtly tells him where the door is, stating that he and his wife wish to enjoy their lunch alone. As Lin Jingpeng tries to protest, Wang Han simply repeats his instruction chillingly. The couple then turns their backs on him, leaving him defeated. Lin Jingpeng storms out, vowing he won't give up. As he leaves, Su Qi tells Wang Han to instruct the front desk not to let such irrelevant people in again, but they'll be fired. With the unwelcome guest gone, Wang Han places the food on the table. He comments with amusement that his rival was quite weak, wasn't he? Having run off before he even had to make a move. As they sit down to eat, Wang Han stands behind Su Qi, massaging her shoulders. She tells him that, strictly speaking, Lin Jingpeng isn't his love rival at all, since there are no feelings between them. Wang Han just smiles, saying he understands. As Su Qi begins eating, Wang Han playfully closes the lid on her food container. Annoyed, she asks what he's doing. He teases that since there are no feelings between them, he won't let her eat his food. Fired up, Su Qi retorts that he's the one who got her pregnant, so he's obligated to feed her. After a bite, she admits his cooking is excellent, and Wang Han looks utterly pleased. She tells him that since his cooking is so good, he should quit his delivery job, and she will invest in a restaurant for him. However, he arrogantly replies that not just anyone gets to taste his cooking. With a pout, Su Qi asks if he's cooked for many other women before. He assures her he's only ever cooked for one woman. But then he quickly corrects himself. He teases that since there are no feelings between them, he must have been cooking for the baby in her belly. Su Qi scoffs at his answer, unimpressed. Changing the subject, she asks why he isn't wearing his work uniform. The question makes Wang Han realize he left it behind, with a sly smile. He explains that on a delivery just before this one, he had to rescue a sexy babe and lent his jacket to her. His casual comment immediately triggers Suchi's jealousy. She furiously kicks him out, telling him to go find his sexy babe. A confused Wang Han wonders why she suddenly got so angry. As the door slams shut, he panics, realizing pregnant women shouldn't get upset, and tries to calm her down from the hallway. Inside her office, a still fuming Suchi mutters to herself about that sexy babe and tells Wang Han to just go deliver his food. Her anger is interrupted by a notification on her phone. It's a text from Wang Han. He's playfully saved his contact as the child's father and hers as the child's mother. His message tells her to enjoy her meal, that he's going out to earn money for baby formula, and to let him know what she wants for dinner. His message immediately softens her mood, and a small smile appears on her face. She texts back, telling him she's going to her family's house for dinner, and that he should accompany her. When he questions what his role would be, she replies firmly as the child's father. Outside, Wang Han looks at his phone and thinks what a stubborn woman she is. He smiles, amused that she won't just call him her husband. He then gets on his motorcycle and speeds off. That evening, a sleek red sports car pulls up to the Su family's modern home. Wang Han, now in a smart suit, walks in with Suchi, who announces their arrival. They are immediately confronted by her mother, Young Hui Min, who angrily demands to know why Suchi has brought that. Her things are back home again. Standing her ground, Suchi links her arm through Wang Han's and makes a shocking declaration. They're already married, so there shouldn't be a problem with her bringing her husband home. This news sends her mother into shock and a furious rage. She points an accusing finger, yelling in disbelief that Suchi got a marriage certificate with a delivery guy, and demanding to know if she's lost her mind. With Wang Han firmly by her side, Suchi fiercely retorts that she knows exactly what she's doing. The argument is suddenly interrupted by her father, Su Janie, and brother, Su Lei, who appear from upstairs. Su Janie tells them to stop fighting, especially during a family dinner. Surprisingly, Su Lei defends his sister, stating it's her freedom to marry whomever she chooses. With a welcoming smile, Su Lei then turns to Wang Han, addressing him as brother-in-law, and inviting him to sit down, assuring him the food will be ready soon. To de-escalate the tension, Su Janie tells his daughter to go upstairs and change before they eat. As Suchi and Wang Han head up the stairs, the family watches them with clear disapproval. Once they're out of earshot, Yang 8 minutes confrontation, demanding to know why he's letting his sister marry. Trash. With a sly grin, Su Lei reveals his cunning scheme. He's already called Qin Hao, who's on his way. His mother is absolutely delighted, and they both share a wicked, knowing smile, eagerly anticipating the moment when the trash gets taught a lesson. A short time later, a special guest arrives. Su Lei and his parents welcome him to the dinner table, addressing him as young Master Qin. The guest is Qin Hao, Suchi's spurned fiancé. He seems noticeably annoyed and asks Su Lei why he was summoned so urgently. But Su Lei just tells him to be patient. Promising a surprise. Just then, Suchi and Wang Han come back downstairs, seeing Qin Hao at the family table. Suchi stops, confused as to why he's there. Her mother immediately scolds her for being so slow, demanding if she can't see their esteemed guest has arrived. Suchi questions why he would possibly be at their family dinner. Yang Huimin cheerfully ignores her daughter's protests and instructs Suchi to sit right next to Qin Hao as they approach the grand dining table. Suchi and Wang Han both notice there's only one empty chair available. Yang Huimin then delivers a deeply deliberate insult, stating that not just any stray cat or dog is allowed at the Su family's prestigious dinner table. Unintimidated, Wang Han immediately challenges her, asking, "Why does Qin Hao get a seat? But I don't." Yang Huimin scoffs slowly, telling him to just look at himself, and questioning how he could dare compare himself to the esteemed young Master Qin. Impatient, Suchi's father coldly tells everyone to just eat, suggesting whoever doesn't have a seat can simply squat on the floor in a surprising gesture of loyalty. Su-chi turns to Wang Han and bravely offers him the last chair, declaring she will stand instead. Enraged by his daughter's blatant defiance, Su Jianya slams his hand down on the table. He yells at Su-chi, asking if she is rebelling, and orders her to sit down and eat immediately with Chin Hao. However, Wang Han simply stands tall, right behind a now visibly terrified Chin Hao, his intense gaze fixed directly upon him. The silent pressure is simply too much. In a shocking turn of events, a sweating Chin Hao abruptly stands up from his seat. He nervously offers his own chair to Wang Han, respectfully calling him Brother Wang, and humbly stating that he will stand instead. The entire Su family is absolutely stunned into silence. Yang Huimin furiously asks Chin Hao what in the world he thinks he's doing, insisting he absolutely doesn't need to give up his seats because a person like Wang Han simply isn't worthy of their dinner table, completely ignoring her protests. Chin Hao insists that if Brother Wang isn't worthy, then he is even less so. He pulls the chair out and humbly urges Wang Han to sit. After finally taking the seat, Wang Han turns to Su-chi, who is still standing there. He tells the child's mother to sit down, gently reminding her that she is pregnant and shouldn't be on her feet. He then serves her a choice piece of meat from his own plate, telling her to eat more. The rest of the family can only watch in bewilderment, confused as to why their guest is acting so submissively, seeing his plan has backfired. Sule steps in. He puts a hand on Chin Hao's shoulder and tells him he has a surprise for him. Attempting to regain control at the dinner table, Wang Han ignores the scheming pair and tells Su-chi to focus on their meal. They raise their glasses for a toast, and he gently reminds her to only drink a little of the wine. Meanwhile, a frustrated Chin Hao asks Sewell what his surprise is, threatening to leave with a sinister grin. Sewell whispers his plan. He drugged Su-chi's wine, and once she drinks it, she will be unconscious for Chin Hao to take advantage of. This surprise horrifies Chin Hao. It furiously grabs Sule, realizing the plan is a trap that would get him killed by Wang Han, and curses at him in a desperate panic. Chin Hao shouts across the table, warning Su-chi not to drink the wine because it has been drugged. The revelation shocks Su-chi. Terrified, Chin Hao immediately points at Su-lei frantically, exposing him as the one who wanted to drug her, having been betrayed by her own brother. A furious Suki stands up and throws the entire glass of drug wine into Sewell's face, calling him shameless. Drenched and humiliated, Sewell is left completely speechless. The attempt on his wife's safety awakens a terrifying rage in Wang Han, his eyes glowing red. He grabs the stunned Su-lei by his shirt, calling him a little brat, before delivering a single, devastating punch to his face. Standing over his unconscious form, Wang Han issues a cold warning, vowing to kill Su-lei if he ever dares to touch his wife again. Disgusted by her family's treachery, Su-chi declares that the house is filled with filth. She and Wang Han turn and walk out, leaving the beaten Sewell on the floor. As they leave, Sewell's parents rush to their son's side, anxiously demanding to know if he's okay. Later, as they're driving away from the chaotic scene, the car's tense silence is finally broken. Su-chi turns to Wang Han, demanding an explanation, finally asking the question that's been gnawing at her. Why is Jin Hao so utterly terrified of you? Back in the car, Wang Han casually dismisses Su-chi's question. He gives a vague, arrogant answer, stating that some people are just thick-skinned and only learn to behave after a good slap. Su-chi rolls her eyes, calling him a braggart once again. She then turns serious, reminding him that given his background, it will be incredibly difficult for him to fit in with her family. Unfazed, Wang Han boasts that her family's rules are nothing compared to his own. Their conversation is cut short when his phone buzzes, and his confident expression instantly vanishes, replaced by pure, unadulterated panic. He mutters, "I'm done for." He stares at a text from a contact named Yao Rushuan. The message? A simple, terrifying command. "I've arrived. You have 10 minutes to appear." Wang Han realizes with horror that she is already here. They arrive back at his apartment building, Noticing his panicked state, Suchi asks who could possibly scare him so much. As they walk to the entrance, he warns her that his big sister is coming. He tells Suchi not to say the wrong thing, explaining his family has many rules. Skeptical Suchi scoffs at the idea that his humble family could possibly have any significant rules. He just tells her she'll find out soon, and repeats his warning to be careful with her words. They enter his apartment and find a woman already waiting inside. She's sitting on the sofa, legs elegantly crossed, smoking a cigarette. She exudes an aura of immense power and intimidation. Wang Han immediately plasters on a fake, cheerful smile. He greets his big sister with exaggerated warmth, telling her how much he missed her. The woman, Yao Rushuan, Wang Han's big sister, is completely unmoved. She ignores his greeting and, with a commanding voice, utters a single word, kneel. To Suki's utter shock, the usually arrogant Wang Han instantly drops to his knees. Without hesitation, Yao Rushuan then turns her icy gaze to Suki and orders her to come over as well. Before Suki can react, the kneeling Wang Han quickly steps in. He pleads with his sister, explaining that Suki is pregnant and cannot kneel. Hearing this, Yao Rushuan pauses and calmly puts out her cigarette, her expression unreadable. Yao Rushuan looks down at Suki's hand with a cold expression and confirms that she is pregnant. Suddenly, her calm demeanor shatters. She springs to her feet and delivers a powerful kick to the kneeling Wang Han, sending him flying across the room. She furiously scolds him, saying, "A few years abroad have taught him plenty of bad habits." As a stunned Wang Han sits on the floor, trying to plead his case, she looms over him and declares that he will first receive the family punishment before he is allowed to speak. Seeing this, Suki immediately rushes forward and stands protectively between them, her arms spread wide to shield Wang Han. She confronts Yao Rushuan, declaring that, while she doesn't know their family rules, it is unreasonable to hit him without knowing what he supposedly did wrong. Yao Rushuan calmly explains that the Wang family rules are simple virtues, like benevolence and integrity. Suki challenges her to name which rule he has broken. With cold precision, Yao Rushuan lists his 3 wrongdoings. First, getting married without informing his elders is disrespectful. Second, getting a woman pregnant before marriage is immoral. And third, finding a partner unworthy of him is unwise. The final insult enrages Suki. With her arms crossed, she demands to know what kind of person would be worthy of her brother, Yao Rushuan. She then launches into a list of the incredibly high status women their family had arranged for him to marry, all of whom he had firmly rejected. She brings up the daughter of the Chu family, the granddaughter of a powerful military elder, and even the holy maiden of the Miao clan. Seeing the situation rapidly escalating, Wang Han nervously tries to intervene, pleading with his sister to stop provoking Suchi, reminding her that Suchi is pregnant. But Suchi has heard enough. She suddenly tells them to stop their charade. With a cynical laugh, she declares she sees right through their childish performance. She accuses Wang Han of feeling insecure as just a delivery guy and claims he completely staged this entire scene, inventing a powerful family and high-status fiancés just to make himself feel better. Wang Han frantically denies that it's all an act, but Suchi isn't listening. She tells them their behavior is simply too immature and that she doesn't want her child to be born into such a toxic environment. With that, she coldly declares she'll contact him after the baby is born and walks out, leaving a desperate Wang Han, calling her name as the door slams shut behind her. As Wang Han tries to rush after Suchi, his sister, Yao Rushuan sharply orders him not to chase her. He pleads with her, reminding her that Suchi is pregnant with his child. Yao Rushuan dismisses his concern, stating that Suchi comes from a minor family and is far too narrow-minded, suggesting a few days to cool off would do them good. She then reveals she's in Jiangning, on a critical mission from the old man. A curious Wang Han asks what kind of mission she means. In response, Yao Rushuang presents him with a small, round object, explaining that it is a significant keepsake. She tells him that years ago, the master of Chao Fong Valley lost his child in Jiangning City. The only thing the child had was a similar keepsake. Yao Rushuang then reveals that Wang Han is the dragon, and the lost girl is the phoenix, and that he has his prearranged marriage contract. A shocked Wang Han grabs the golden dragon, engraved bead, questioning the very idea of a betrothal, arranged even before his birth. He reminds his sister that he's already a married man, but his sister completely ignores his protest, closing in on him. Her expression turns menacing. She asks if he dares to defy the old man's direct order to find this girl. Intimidated, Wang Han quickly backs down, nervously agreeing to search for the girl. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a sleek, modern villa at night. Su Qi has arrived at her best friend's house. Lin Shuifu warmly welcomes her, telling her she can stay as long as she needs. Su Qi thanks her. Later in the bedroom, Adistraut Suki sits in bed, confiding in Lin Shuifu that she can't believe Wang Han is that kind of person. However, her friend is far more skeptical, asking Su Qi if she's considered that Wang Han might have just been putting on an act. Su Qi finds the idea absolutely impossible, questioning why someone as important as the holy maiden of the Miao clan would ever be interested in a simple delivery guy. She firmly concludes that Wang Han must have simply hired some woman to play the part of his powerful sister. To fool her, Lin Shuifu offers a different perspective, suggesting that if everything Wang Han's sister said was true, then his identity must be far from simple indeed. She playfully reminds Suki not to judge a book by its cover, asking if she's ever heard of powerful bosses disguising themselves as mere delivery men. Su Qi is surprised by her friend's sudden defense of Wang Han and asks why she's suddenly speaking up for him. Lin Shuifu gets flustered and quickly denies it. Su Qi doesn't believe her and playfully grabs her arm, demanding to know what she's hiding. The tense conversation quickly turns into a playful, tickle fight with both friends laughing together. After their playful moment, Su Qi turns serious again and asks Lin Shuifu for an update on arranging a meeting with the mysterious big shot. Lin Shuifu explains that her grandfather has been secretive with his phone lately, but she promises she will find a way to get the man's contact information for Suki. As they are talking, a knock on the bedroom door interrupts them. Lin Shuifu opens it to find Lin Jingpeng standing there, and she asks what he is doing at her house. With a smug smile, Lin Jingpeng tells Lin Shuifu that he knows the big shot they were just discussing and offers to arrange an introduction. A surprised Lin Ju Weifu asks if he truly knows the powerful man who spent 10 billion to win the new district project. From a bed, Suki also asks if he is telling the truth. Lin Jingpeng confidently confirms that his grandfather introduced them, and he can easily arrange a meeting the next day. Wang Han stands on his apartment balcony frustrated. He thinks about Su Qi's stubbornness, as she is not answering his calls, or giving him a chance to explain. His thoughts are interrupted when his phone buzzes. With a notification, he hopes it is Suki, but is disappointed to see the message is not from her. The text is from Xiao Wangjing, the girl he had rescued. She introduces herself, says she has washed his jacket, and asks for his address to return it. Wang Han replies, curtly telling her there is no need, and that she should just throw the clothes away. With that handled, he focuses on his new mission. He holds the golden dragon bead his sister gave him, and wonders where to even start, looking for the girl he is supposed to find. His thoughts are interrupted again by another phone call. It is his subordinate Xiao Hua with grim news. Your comrade, a man known as Ironhead, is dead. A shocked Wang Han demands to know what happened. His subordinate explains that Ironhead drowned after exhausting himself while saving several people from the water. The news leaves Wang Han utterly stunned and furious. Meanwhile, in her bedroom, Xiao Wangjing sits wrapped in a towel, gazing sadly at her phone screen. After Wang Han's reply, she wonders aloud if this means she'll never see her rescuer again. Her father, Xia Tianxiong, then enters her room, asking why she looks so unhappy. He tells her the Zhou family's young master is throwing a birthday party tomorrow, and he wants her to attend in his stead. Xiao Wangjin is annoyed, but her father clarifies that the party celebrates the young master's new lease on life after being rescued from drowning a few days prior. This information enrages Xiao Wangjin. She refuses to go, disgusted that the man he saved never even thanked his rescuer, and instead called him a scumbag. She complains that her father is always trying to push her into these situations. Changing the subject, he asks if she's contacted the delivery guy who saved her. She confirms she did, but tells her father he didn't even want his jacket back. Xia Tianchong looks disappointed, sighing that it seems there was no fated connection between them. The story shifts to the impressive Taishan Grand Hotel's entrance. Wang Han arrives in a gray van and steps out, looking sharp in his suit. He's immediately greeted by 4 men who've been waiting. They're introduced as Lei Xiaohua, Brilliant Man, Smiling Buddha, and Ague. They respectfully greet him as boss. Wang Han tells them it's time to go in, and they follow him into the hotel. Just as Wang Han's group enters, a white luxury car pulls up. Xiaojing steps out, accompanied by an older man. As she steps out, she catches a glimpse of Wang Han's back and thinks he looks incredibly familiar. Her companion asks her what's wrong, but she quickly dismisses it, telling him, "It's nothing. I must have been mistaken." Inside, a large, lavish banquet is in full swing. The host stands on a stage, welcoming his guests, thanking them for attending his rebirth celebration. The man, Zhou Feiyu, arrogantly boasts he survived his recent near-death experience purely by sheer luck. To celebrate, he has a massive 9-layer cake wheeled out for his guests. However, the celebration is interrupted when a female reporter from the Jiangning Daily steps forward, microphone in hand. She asks Zhou Feiyu for comment on the man who tragically died trying to save him. The question instantly enrages Zhou Feiyu. He furiously screams at his security, demanding to know who let a reporter into his private party. He orders his bodyguards to seize her, and they quickly grab the woman. As his men hold her, a furious Zhou Feiyu viciously kicks the reporter, screaming he only survived because he was lucky and questioning what nonsense she was spewing. From the back of the room, Xiao Jing and her companion witness the entire shocking assault. They are both horrified by what they've just seen. Her companion remarks on how disgusting Zhou Feiyu is for hitting a reporter. He then warns Xiao Jing not to get involved, reminding her they're only there to make a brief appearance, as her grandfather had instructed. Continuing his assault, Zhou Feiyu stands over the fallen reporter, stepping on her as he dares her to speak again. Enraged, he prepares to deliver another brutal kick, vowing to kill her. However, just as he swings his leg, another foot shoots out, intercepting his attack. With impossible speed, a powerful kick sends a shocked Zhou Feiyu flying across the ballroom floor. He lands in a heap and looks up to see Wang Han standing there, flanked by his 4 subordinates and surrounded by unconscious guards. Wang Han coldly asks him who he was planning to kick to death. From the crowd, Xiao Anjing is overjoyed, realizing it really was her rescuer she had seen earlier, struggling to his knees. A humiliated Zhou Feiyu glares furiously at the intruders and furiously orders his remaining men to kill them all. The last of his bodyguards charge forward, yelling at the newcomers for daring to cause trouble. "You dare cause trouble on Zhou family territory?" they scream. The ensuing fight is brutally, mercilessly one-sided. Wang Han's men move with incredible, deadly skill, easily dispatching Zhou's guards with a series of powerful, bone-shattering kicks and strikes. With all of Zhou Feiyu's men defeated, Wang Han and his crew stand calmly amidst the chaos they created. A terrified Zhou Feiyu stammers, barely able to speak. "Oh, who are you people?" he manages to ask. Wang Han calmly pulls up a chair, lights a cigarette, and finally begins to reveal his true motive. He explains his brother was none other than Ironhead, the very person who sacrificed his own life to save Zhou Feiyu. He states that his group saves people without asking for anything in return. As he sits back, taking a slow drag from his cigarette, he delivers his final, chilling statement. He's utterly displeased, furious even, that Zhou Feiyu dared to call his heroic brother a scumbag. Despite being thoroughly beaten, Zhou Feiyu remains incredibly arrogant. He screams that because he possesses power, his life is more valuable than anyone else's. More guards. Get them in here, he bellows. And on cue, another wave of men in black suits rushes into the ballroom, armed with menacing batons. Unimpressed, Wang Han calmly remains seated and calmly gives Zhou Feiyu an ultimatum. He states clearly that all lives are equal, and that if Zhou Feiyu goes to his brother's grave, kowtows 3 times, and issues a public apology, he will let the matter go. He warns him this is the only chance he will get. Zhou Feiyu furiously rejects the offer and orders his new guards to kill Wang Han and his men. But before the guards can even react, Wang Han moves with incredible, blinding speed. He stands, grabs a sturdy chair, and tells Zhou Feiyu he refused his one chance. With immense strength, Wang Han smashes the heavy object directly into Zhou Feiyu's arrogant face. The devastating blow sends Zhou Feiyu flying into the massive 9-layer cake, covering him in icing and spitting blood. He kneels on the floor, cursing and writhing in agony. Standing over him, Wang Han coldly informs him his chance is now gone, then delivers another vicious kick right to Zhou Feiyu's face, knocking him out cold. Wang Han looks down at the unconscious man with utter contempt, remarking, "What kind of trash dares to be so arrogant?" Just then, 2 imposing older men enter the room. One is identified as Zhou Xingwai. The beaten Zhou Feiyu recognizes the man as his father and desperately cries out for him to save him. An enraged Zhou Xingwai points at Wang Han and furiously orders his companion, "Old Song, kill them all." The man agrees without hesitation. From the crowd, Xiao Wangjin's companion recognizes the new threat. He warns her that Old Song is a little grandmaster, a powerful martial artist, and that her friend is in grave danger. Panicked, Xiao Wangjin pleads with her companion, Uncle Wu, to help Wang Han, reminding him that he saved her life. The martial artist Old Song leaps into action, calling Wang Han an arrogant junior as he lunges with a powerful, glowing punch. However, before his attack can land, it's intercepted. Another hand firmly grabs his fist, stopping his momentum completely. Old Song is shocked to see his attack nullified so easily. The person who stopped him is Wang Han's subordinate, smiling Buddha with a calm expression. Wang Han tells his man he can play with the martial artist for a while. Smiling Buddha then unleashes a devastating attack, grabbing Old Song by the head and brutally slamming him face first into the ballroom floor. A stunned Zhou Xingwai can only watch in disbelief as his powerful bodyguard is defeated in mere seconds. The beaten Old Song struggles to his knees and recognizes the martial arts technique used against him, identifying it as the diamond palm of the ancient and powerful Gu family from Hong Kong. Realizing he is confronting a group with a formidable background, Zhou Xingwai's arrogance vanishes. He suddenly becomes polite. He suggests that since they're old friend from Hong Kong, they should negotiate a peaceful resolution. However, Wang Han remains utterly unmoved. He coldly reminds the older man that he's already stated his demands, and his son flat out rejected them, trying a completely different tactic. Zhou Xingwai makes an outright insulting offer. He claims he learned the deceased brother was just a simple car mechanic and offers 1 million yuan to settle the matter. This paltry offer utterly enrages Wang Han. He absolutely explodes with fury, kicking and shattering the chair he was sitting on. He screams that his brother's life is priceless and cannot be bought for a mere 1 million yuan. He gets right in Zhou Xingwai's face, angrily questioning how much money the Zhou family could possibly have to dare act so incredibly arrogantly. Zhou Xingwai just laughs dismissively, stating the Zhou family has more than enough money and that buying a mechanic's life is a trivial expense. In response, Wang Han makes a truly bold threat, asking if he would even believe that he could make the entire Zhou family go bankrupt. Right now, Zhou Xinghua and his son find this absolutely hilarious and mock him completely unfazed. Wang Han calmly instructs his subordinate, Lei Xiaohua, to make a phone call. On the phone, Lei Xiaohua gives a single, chilling order. All of the Zhou family's businesses in Jiangning City are to be immediately shut down. Still completely unaware of the immense power he's facing, Zhou Xingwei just continues to laugh, assuming these young men are just putting on an act. Just as Zhou Xingwei is laughing at the very threat, his panicked assistant suddenly rushes in, shouting that something is terribly, terribly wrong. The assistant whispers urgently that all their partners have abruptly terminated cooperation, and their factories have been ordered to halt operations. He reveals the South China Lei clan, a family wealthy enough to rival entire nations, is behind the attack. Hearing this, Lei Xiaohua steps forward. He adjusts his glasses, winks playfully, and confirms that he is, indeed, Lei Xiaohua of the legendary Lei clan. Realizing the immense power he's just offended, Josian, his arrogant demeanor instantly crumbles. He starts sweating and fawning over Lei Xiaohua, apologizing profusely for not recognizing him. Desperate to save himself, Zhou Xinghui forces his son, Zhou Feiyu, to his knees. He begs Wang Han and his group for forgiveness, claiming it was all just a misunderstanding. But Wang Han isn't interested in excuses. He steps firmly on Zhou Feiyu's back, pinning him down. Terrified, Zhou Feiyu screams for his father to save him and call his second uncle for help. Zhou Xinghui tries to negotiate one last time. He admits they were in the wrong, but suggests they compromise. He then plays his trump card, mentioning his younger brother holds a high position in the military, and that tearing each other down would be bad for everyone. Wang Han remains calm, noting the military connection. He turns to his subordinate, Blind Man, and orders him to make a phone call. Blind Man immediately dials a number and orders an investigation into the Zhou family in Jiangning. Having made his move, Wang Han announces he's taking Zhou Feiyu with him. He challenges the Zhou family to come find him, if they dare, and walks away, leaving his men to drag the screaming Zhou Feiyu out. As he's dragged away, Zhou Feiyu frantically begs his father to call his uncle. Zhou Xingwei promises to do so. Moments later, Zhou Xingwei's phone rings. Seeing it's his brother, he smirks confidently, believing his military connection has saved them. He answers the phone, addressing his second brother, but is immediately cut off. His brother is furious. He screams at Zhou Xingwei, asking if he has a death wish. He reveals that Zhou Feiyu has offended a major figure in the Beijing military. The brother shouts that because of this, he's being suspended and investigated. Zhou Xingwei stands in shock, realizing their last hope is gone and they are utterly ruined. The scene shifts to a solemn cemetery. Wang Han and his group stand before a tombstone, etched with the name Ironhead. Wang Han forces Zhou Feiyu to his knees before the grave. Wang Han then mounts the stone platform and brazenly plants his foot on Zhou Feiyu's head. Zhou Feiyu struggles, attempting to resist, protesting that murder is a serious crime. Wang Han utterly ignores him and stomps down hard, forcing him to kowtow and apologize to his brother. The sheer force of a stomp slams Zhou Feiyu's face right into the ground. Eventually, Wang Han, Lai Xiaohua, Blind Man, Smiling Buddha, and Agway stand in a solemn row, clutching incense and cigarettes in quiet prayer. Right before them, Zhou Feiyu is still forced into a deep, humiliating kowtow. Wang Han then whispers softly to the grave, telling Ironhead they brought this boy here to apologize, and asking his brother to visit him in his dreams, should he need anything at all. As Wang Han and his group finally depart, in the distance, bidding a final farewell to their fallen brother. Meanwhile, Su Qi appears, carrying a beautiful bouquet of flowers. She walks right past them, completely oblivious to Wang Han, declaring softly to her late grandmother that she has come to visit. Su Qi kneels before her grandmother's tombstone, her face etched with a melancholic expression. She proceeds to update her on her life. confessing that she's married and now pregnant. She reveals the father is a mere delivery driver, and her family strongly disapproves. But she's absolutely determined to give birth to the child. Clutching a jar of canned fruit, Su-chi continues to vent, telling her grandmother she doesn't want the child's father to be a hypocrite. She complains that he actually hired actors to pretend he was a wealthy young master, agreeing with her grandmother's saying that men are just no good. However, she tries to lighten the mood, mentioning she met a truly noble person who helped her secure the project. Completely unaware this was Wang Han. She places the jar of fruit and biscuits on the altar, telling her grandmother she bought her favorite snacks. Just then, a heavy rain begins to pour. Su-chi stands, apologizing to her grandmother, saying she needs to leave because of the sudden downpour. She promises to return, then heads toward the road, where a sleek black car awaits her. A voice urgently calls out, telling the eldest miss to get in. She quickly agrees, stepping inside the car. In the back, Su-chi settles beside her best friend, Lin Shuifu. Up front, Lin Jingpeng grumbles incessantly about the rain, then barks at the driver to speed up. He then turns to Su-chi, demanding she show more respect, as he's her cousin. Suddenly, the car screeches to an abrupt halt. They're completely cut off by a massive convoy of vehicles. A furious Lin Jinpeng shouts, demanding to know what reckless person dares block his car. In the back, Lin Shuifu takes note of the luxury vehicles and remarks on their impressive sight outside. A daunting fleet of expensive black cars has stopped. Bodyguards in sleek suits immediately rush out with umbrellas. They sprint toward a lone man walking through the rain, respectfully addressing him as young master, shielding him from the relentless downpour. The man, it turns out, is Wang Han. He walks with his core group, Lei Xiaohua, Blind Man, and the rest of his crew. Wang Han then instructs Lei Xiaohua that, since Ironhead's wife passed away early, leaving behind a daughter, they need to make arrangements to care for the girl. Lei Xiaohua immediately agrees to his command. Back in their car, Lin Jinpeng peers out, wondering aloud, which underworld boss is sweeping a grave with such an extravagant fanfare? However, Lin Shuifu spots something absolutely shocking. She quickly points out the window and urgently tells Su-chi to look. Isn't that man Wang Han? Su-chi peers through the rain-streaked window, her expression morphing into utter confusion. She instantly recognizes him, but can't fathom why her simple delivery guy, her husband, is surrounded by such immense power and respect. Meanwhile, Lei Xiaohua respectfully opens the car door for Wang Han. Amidst the pouring rain, inside their blocked car, Lin Shuifu points out the window, asking Su-chi if she sees who's opening the door for Wang Han. In the front seat, Lin Jingpeng is visibly shocked, practically sweating bullets. He stammers at the man serving Wang Han. It looks like Lei Xiaohua, the crown prince of the powerful South China Lei clan. The cars eventually separate, splitting off into the pouring rain. Inside his vehicle, Wang Han directs his team to head to Ironhead's house first. Meanwhile, in the other car, Lin Shuifu quickly rationalizes it must have been a mistake, questioning why the Lei heir would ever open a door for a mere delivery guy. She suggests Su-chi call him to check. Looking annoyed, Su-chi absolutely refuses to call, believing there's simply no possibility that what they saw was real. Back in Lin Jingping's car, they decide the heavy rain must have caused a visual error and agree to head back. Lin Shuifu then asks Lin Jingpeng about meeting the mysterious big shot. Lin Jingpeng regains his composure and smugly flashes an OK sign, assuring them everything is perfectly arranged. He promises to take Su-chi to meet the important figure. The day after tomorrow, the scene shifts to a much humbler part of the city, where an elderly bald man is sleeping on a bench, just as Wang Han's luxury car pulls up. Wang Han and his 4 subordinates step out, confirming this is indeed the location. Wang Han then approaches the sleeping man, wakes him, politely asking if this is Ironhead's home. The old man is clearly confused by the nickname Ironhead. Vang Ang Clarifis. He's looking for a man named Chen Chang. Realizing who they mean, the old man points to room 326 on the 3rd floor. He cynically asks if they're there to divide up his property or see his daughter. But Wang Han assures him they're just friends. As Wang Han's men enter the building, the old man slowly sits back down, muttering sadly. He laments that Chong Zi was a good man who died far too young, and reveals his house has been seized by his greedy cousin and cousin-in-law. Wang Han's group walks down the apartment hallway and sees a small child squatting alone on the floor. Lei Xiaohua is disgusted that someone would seize Ironhead's property. Wang Han approaches the little girl, gently asking if this is Chun Chang's home. The girl, a visible bruise marring her face, timidly looks up and says her father isn't home, having gone to a far-off place. Lei Xiaohua is shocked to realize this neglected child is none other than Ironhead's daughter. Wang Han gently pats her head, asking why she isn't inside. The girl sadly explains that her eldest uncle and aunt won't let her live indoors. She points to a cardboard box in the hallway, revealing her aunt told her the box is her home now. Hearing this, Lei Xiaohua becomes absolutely furious, cursing the relatives for making a child live in a doghouse. Enraged, he kicks the apartment door wide open. Inside, a heavy-set man and a woman are enjoying a luxurious feast. Startled by the sudden intrusion, the fat man bangs his fist on the table, demanding to know who they are. Wang Han's group stands in the doorway, with the little girl beside them, looking at the couple with utter contempt. Wang Han asks, "When did this become your home?" The fat man points at Wang Han, yelling, "The house is mine now." He threatens to call the police if they don't leave. Wang Han calls the man a beast and delivers a crushing knee strike straight to his stomach. The blow sends the man flying backward, crashing into the dining table and scattering the food, while the woman screams in terror. Wang Han calmly holds the girl's hand to protect her and orders Maithreya, the smiling Buddha, to teach them a lesson. Smiling Buddha and Ague step forward, menacing grins spreading across their faces as they crack their knuckles. Smiling Buddha unleashes a powerful punch on the fat man, who screams for his life. After the beating, the relatives plead for mercy, finally admitting their mistakes. Wang Han ignores them and turns to the child, gently asking her name. She looks up at him and replies, "My name is Guogua." Lei Xiaohua expresses his concern to Wang Han, stating that Guogua is pitiful and might be abused to death if left in that house. Wang Han bends down and kindly asks Guogua, asking if she'd like to come live with him and his uncles. The little girl quietly agrees. Wang Han then suggests that Lei Xiaohua should be the one to raise her. Lei Xiaohua panics and refuses, exclaiming he's great at killing, but has no idea how to care for a child. He insists that since the child feels close to Wang Han, he should do it. Wang Han looks hesitant, but Guogua tugs at his jacket with puppy dog eyes. Lei Xiaohua pushes the issue, arguing that since Wang Han is married, he will have to raise a child eventually anyway. He encourages the girl to call Wang Han godfather. Guogua immediately hugs Wang Han and happily calls him godfather. Wang Han is speechless, thinking to himself that he's become a father only a few days after getting married. The next day, at a modern apartment building, Wang Han, eating an opron, serves breakfast to Guogua. He tells her to eat plenty, because he'll take her to school afterward. While they eat, Wang Han takes a picture of the food. He sends a photo to Sui Chi, messaging, "Child's mother, come home for dinner." Sui Chi replies coldly, not eating. He offers to bring her food, but she refuses again, texting him not to look for her until their child is born, because she's very busy. Wang Han sighs, remarking on her temper. Guogua then announces she's finished eating. Wang Han smiles and says he'll change and take her to school. They arrive at a prestigious-looking school campus. In the hallway, Wang Han explains to Guogua that Uncle Lei arranged this school for her, noting it's the best in the district, and tells her to study hard. They enter an office where a man greets them, welcoming Mr. Wang. The man introduces himself as Principal Duan, and the female teacher next to him as Teacher Jia. The teacher turns around and is revealed to be Jia Wanjing, the woman Wang Han rescued previously. She looks shocked to see him. Wang Han is surprised the teacher is Jia Wanjing, the woman he saved. Xiao Wangjing is overjoyed to reunite with her rescuer, crying out, "It really is you." Wang Han quickly realizes she's a teacher here. Xiao Wang Jing's gaze falls on the little girl beside him, and she asks if she's his daughter. Wang Han gently pats Guoguo's head and confirms she is indeed his daughter. Principal Duan, observing them closely, remarks with surprise, "Mr. Wang already has a daughter." He suggests, since Mr. Wang and teacher Xiao know each other, she should take the child to the classroom. Xiao Wang Jing agrees. Wang An tells Xia Wang Ying he's leaving Guoguo in her care, as he has to work. Xiao Jing assures him he can rest easy. As they walk down the hallway, Wang An waves goodbye. Guoguo waves back, calling out goodbye, godfather, as Xiao Jing smiles. Wang Han turns back with a warm smile and promises Guoguo he'll pick her up after school. Once Wang Han has left, Xiao Wang Jing asks Guoguo if he isn't her biological father. Guoguo explains that he's her godfather because her real father went to heaven and won't be coming back. Understanding, Xiao Jing grasps the heartbreaking truth. She tells Guoguo she's a very good girl and leads her to class. Outside, Wang Han sits on his red motorcycle and lights a cigarette. He reflects that after such a busy morning, being a father isn't as easy as it seems. Suddenly, his phone rings. He answers politely, but a woman on the other end aggressively calls him a bastard and asks if he's missed her. Wang Han is shocked. He addresses the woman as eldest princess and demands to know how she got this number. On the other end, a red-haired woman smokes a cigarette and tells him that since he's being stubborn, she'll have to come and soften him. She announces she'll be in Jiangning City tomorrow to find him. Wang Han tries to stop her, stating he's married, and his wife would be furious if she came. Furious, Wang Han yells into the phone about her constant threats to interfere with his life. Before he can even finish, she abruptly hangs up, leaving him utterly flustered, sweating, and muttering in frustration. The very next morning, Wang Han drops his adopted daughter, Gugu, off at school. As he walks away, he decides to warn Suchi about the eldest princess's impending arrival, not wanting to agitate her during her pregnancy. So, he quickly texts her that if a woman with a ponytail comes looking for him, she should just ignore her. Suchi skeptically asks if he's hired another actor. Wang Han tells her to just treat it as an act if she wants. Sitting atop his sleek red motorcycle, Wang Han lights a cigarette, sighing to himself that women are truly difficult to handle. He checks his schedule and realizes a delivery is about to be seriously overdue, so he speeds off, making his way by noon. His route takes him deep into a wealthy district, where he stops in front of a massive, European-style mansion. Looking up at the impressive architecture, he casually notes, quite a mansion indeed. He rings the doorbell, announcing the food delivery. The door opens, and both are absolutely stunned to see each other. It's his wife, Suchi, sweating profusely. Wang Han forces an awkward smile and remarks on the unbelievable coincidence. Inside the opulent house, where a social gathering is already in full swing, a woman in a stunning blue dress asks Suchi who the man at the door was. Suchi, trying desperately to protect her reputation, replies that he's just a delivery guy. Wang Han hands the food to the woman. When she asks if he and Suchi know each other, Wang Han quickly lies, claiming they were junior high classmates. This bold lie immediately backfires. The woman, Hua Shitong, is thoroughly confused, thinking to herself that she was also Suchi's junior high classmate, yet has absolutely no memory of this man. Wang Han quickly invents a fake identity, John Wei, claiming he had a low presence in school, which is why Hua Shitong doesn't remember him. However, a man in a sharp suit scoffs, remarking that he doesn't recall any classmate named John Wei either. The man glares at Wang Han with utter disdain, pondering how a former classmate of theirs could now be delivering food. The arrogant man then turns to Su Chi, questioning why a big shot like her would associate with a delivery guy. He lectures her, proclaiming that the gap between social elites and the bottom of society is just too wide, and knowing someone like him will only bring trouble. To humiliate Wang Han, the man pulls out his wallet and hands him 200 yuan as a tip, treating him like a mere beggar. Suppressing his anger, Wang Han takes the money while the man demands to know why he hasn't left. Wang Han forces a smile and thanks the boss. Suddenly, a voice calls out, asking if the pizza has arrived. The arrogant man's face twists into a fawning smile as he addresses his goddess. Wanting, however, the woman, who turns out to be Xiao Wangjing, ignores him and looks at the delivery man in surprise. "Big brother Wang," she exclaims. "It's really you," leaving the arrogant man utterly confused. Wang Han afwadli greets T-Shia. Xiao Jing excitedly explains to the shocked group that she knows him and that he is her savior. She enthusiastically grabs Wang Han's arm and invites him inside. While Suchi watches with a complicated expression, Wang Han tries to decline, saying he has more deliveries. The arrogant man interjects again, rudely asking why they should delay a delivery guy. This angers Xiao Wangjing, who snaps back at him. Wang Han uses the moment to excuse himself and walks away. Xiao Wangjing chases after him, asking for a ride since she didn't drive. The arrogant man rushes to offer his Porsche instead, claiming Wang Han's bike is too dangerous. In the doorway, Su Chi stands silently, watching her husband get attention from the beautiful teacher. Wang Han glances at the Sushi, who turns her head away coldly. "If you want to give her a ride, just do it," she says, "and don't look at me for approval." Outside, Xiao Wangjing hops onto the back of Wang Han's motorcycle, telling Su Chi and Huashidong that she needs to get back to work. With them gone, the arrogant Yuan Bo flashes a bright smile at Isuki, inviting his goddess inside for a meal. However, Su Chi completely shuts him down with a flushed, annoyed expression. She lies, claiming an urgent matter at her company, and quickly makes her exit. Yuan Bo is left stunned as she walks away, coldly rejecting his offer for a ride. Meanwhile, out on the road, Wang Han zips through the city with Xiao Wangjing, holding on tight. He asks if he's going too fast, and Xiao Wangjing, leaning her head against his back with a shy blush, softly replies that it's not too fast and feels nice. Their sweet moment is interrupted when a red sports car aggressively swerves in front of them, forcing Wang Han to brake hard. It's Su Chi. She rolls down the window and firmly tells Xiao Wangjing to get into her car. Realizing he shouldn't provoke his pregnant wife, Wang Han quickly agrees. He lies to Xiao Wangjing, claiming he suddenly has other business, and suggests she go with Su Chi. Before getting in the car, Xiao Wangjing thanks Wang Han again and asks if he's free on the weekend, so she can treat him to a meal. He nervously stammers that he has to work, and when she presses him, he vaguely replies they can arrange it later, then excuses himself to deliver more food. Wang Han speeds away on his motorcycle, while Xiao Wangjing waves goodbye as he drives off, leaving the two women behind. Wang Han breaks into a sweat, thinking to himself, dealing with women is truly too difficult. Later that same day, Wang Han walks Guo home through the apartment complex. He holds her hand and asks if she's hungry, saying he'll cook once they get inside. Guo happily says she loves the food her dad makes. When they open the door, Wang Han freezes. A pair of women's high heels sits on the floor. Guo points and steam billows from the bathroom, a clear sign someone just finished showering. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and a woman, clad only in a white towel, steps out. It's none other than the eldest princess, Xiang Dang. She eyes Wang Han with a mischievous grin and purrs. "Darling, why are you home so late?" Wang Han instantly panics, covering Guo's eyes, and yells at Jiang Tang to put some clothes on. She remains unfazed, joking that he's seen it all before. Wang Han desperately reminds her there's a child present. Jiang Tang finally notices the girl and casually asks, "Who is this?" Still covering Guo's eyes, Wang Han declares she's his daughter. He uses this revelation to remind Jiang Tang that he'd already told her he was married, but she never believed him. Jiang Tang nonchalantly sits on the sofa, crosses her legs, and completely dismisses his anger. She pets Guo's head and playfully says, "Come on, call me Mom." This pushes Wang Han over the edge. He yells, demanding, "What nonsense are you saying?" She remains calm. Jiang Tang then leans close to Guo and explains that since that bastard is her dad, and she is his wife, then she must be her mom. Knowing he can't argue in front of the child, Wang Han gives Guo her backpack and gently tells her to go to her room and do homework. As she leaves, the tension between him and Jiang Tang skyrockets. The situation escalates dramatically as Wang Han scolds her. Jiang Tang suddenly grabs him right by the crotch, calling him a bastard for marrying behind her back. Wang Han jumps away, yelling at her to watch it. Jiang Tang then aims a kick at his head, asking if he missed her. Red with anger and utter embarrassment, Wang Han shouts at her, "Put some clothes on." She calmly sits again, crossing her legs, stating he dared to marry another woman, and that she'll deal with him later. He covers his face and hands her a jacket, begging her to stop and reminding her he's married. Jiang Tang puts on the jacket and lights a cigarette. She says she already checked his background and knows he married Su Qi because of the pregnancy. She adds that if she had known he'd marry for a child, she would have given him one herself. He quickly tries to change the subject. Wang Han asks how long she plans to stay in Jiangning. Yung Tang says she's here for two things: to find him and to discuss a business deal with Lin Suifu. Wang Han feels a wave of relief. At least she isn't looking for Su Qi, or his wife would absolutely lose it. He tells her he knows the woman she wants to meet. But Yung Tang just keeps teasing him relentlessly. She corners him near the wine cabinet and touches his face. She asks why he acts like a monk around her, where he clearly can't control himself around other women. She then mocks him for becoming a stay-at-home dad. She moves toward him again, making Wang Han flinch as he asks, "What are you doing now?" She keeps stroking his face, but the intense moment is broken when Guo runs in, saying she's hungry. Wang Han seizes the chance to escape. He tells Yung Tang to stop and says they should eat. Guo giggles and covers her eyes. Wang Han changes into a suit, takes Guo's hand, and calls back to Yung Tang that if she doesn't come, they'll leave without her. Left alone, Yung Tang blushes and touches her lips, whispering that this smelly man will be hers, sooner or later. The scene shifts to a high-end commercial building. The trio walks through the luxurious lobby with a waiter. Guo thanks Annie Young for the meal. Yung Tang stops her and says she should call her godmother instead. The girl happily agrees as they enter a VIP dining room. Yung Tang says it's fine. She then makes a teasing comment about being a godmother, making Wang Han scold her for talking nonsense in front of the child. Meanwhile, in the hallway, a waiter greets new guests. Among them is Su Lei, Su Qi's brother, speaking to Qin Lei, the eldest young master of the Qin family. Inside their private room, Qin Lei says he still cannot find who took the project from the Qin family, only that they are tied to Lin Qingyun. They then talk about Su Qi. Qin Lei catches wind that she's now in charge of the project. Su Lei grumbles, furious that she'd been planning this for ages, only for Su Qi to snatch it away. Qin Lei then devises a truly despicable scheme. Since Su Qi married a mere deliverman, they'll use the media to utterly destroy her reputation and reclaim the project for themselves. Su Lei absolutely revels in the idea. Qin Lei then spots someone strolling past their door, and his eyes widen in shock as he exclaims, "That man looks just like the one who outbid me at the auction." Su Lei checks, recognizing him as the delivery guy. Sukaya Seuzbund. What's he doing here? Su Lei decides to investigate, peeking into Wang Han's room. There, he sees him dining with a stunning woman and a child. They look like the picture of a happy family, as Wang Han and Zhang Tong lovingly feed Guo chicken legs. Su Lei hides, a devious smirk spreading across his face, thinking he's found the perfect dirt to use against Su Qi. Later that evening, the three of them leave the restaurant. Zhang Tong asks Guo if she had fun, and the little girl thanks her godmother. Meanwhile, outside Wang Han's apartment, Su Qi waits patiently, assuming he isn't home yet. But then, the elevator doors slide open, and Wang Han emerges with Jiang Tong and Guo, telling the girl to get started on her homework. They run right into each other. Su Qi freezes, utterly stunned to see her husband with that same beautiful woman. Wang Han, meanwhile, realize instantly. He's been caught in the worst possible moment. The tension is palpable outside Wang Han's apartment. Jiang Tong steps forward, directly confronting Su Qi, confidently asking, "Are you Su-chi?" Jiang Tong then awkwardly introduces herself as Wang Han's companion. Seeing the impending disaster about to explode, a visibly panicked Wang Han immediately interjects, desperately trying to explain that Jiang Tong is his aunt's daughter, his cousin, and she's only in Jiangning for business. Not believing a single word and feeling utterly betrayed, Sukitaran saraun de coldly, stating she was just passing by and has other, more pressing matters to attend to. She begins to walk away, leaving Wang Han and Jiang Tong stunned in her wake. Desperate to stop her, Wang Han insists she stay for at least one meal. Before leaving, clearly relishing the chaos, Jiang Tang, ever the instigator, pours fuel on the fire. With arms crossed and a smirk that says it all, she then asks, "If you're truly husband and wife, why don't you live together?" Openly challenging their entire relationship. Provoked, Su-chi stops dead in her tracks and whirls around, absolutely furious, with newfound resolve. She demands Wang Han open the door. She has decided to stay for dinner. Please. Jiang Tang immediately backs her up. Trapped between the two women staring daggers at him, Wang Han feels an immense wave of stress wash over him, thinking to himself that having them both in the same place is an absolute battlefield. Once inside, trying to escape the palpable tension, Wang Han quickly announces he'll head to the kitchen to cook. Sensing the thick atmosphere, Gugu wisely says she'll go to her room to do her homework, leaving Su-chi and Jiang Tang alone in the living room. Su-chi, still standing, asks Jiang Tang, who's comfortably sprawled on the sofa, "Since when does Wang Han know how to cook?" Internally, Su-chi remembers he once promised to cook for her. A shocking realization. He had been telling the truth, Zhang Tang Bonli de Colette, that she also wants to try his cooking. From the kitchen, Wang Han shouts, "You just ate a ton, and shouldn't be hungry." Jiang Tang instantly switches to a coquettish tone, blushing and pouting that she's hungry again. Exasperated, Wang Han yells at her to act normally, her cool composure unwavering. "Su-chi delibeten ap vochet Zhang Tang," and offers her a bottle of water, referring to her sarcastically as Wang Han's dear cousin, and commenting that she must be thirsty. After eating so much, the two women lock into a hostile stare. Su-chi thinks that based on Jiang Tang's looks, she should be calling Su-chi older sister, but Jiang Tang quickly cuts her off first, remarking with a hint of malice that Su-chi doesn't look older than her at all. Jiang Tang immediately reverts to her playful attitude and shouts loudly toward the kitchen. She calls Wang Han big brother, then impatiently asks when dinner will be ready. He snaps back that it'll be ready any second. Wang Han emerges from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of freshly made noodles, proudly announcing that dinner is served. He places the steaming bowl before Su-chi, who gazes at it with a softened expression, clearly touched by the gesture and the dish's inviting appearance. Seizing her chance, Jiang Tang immediately makes her move. Batting her eyelashes, she cutely asks him to make her some noodles too, calling him big brother in a syrupy voice. Annoyed, Wang Han snaps at her to shut up. Su-chi, however, ignores their squabbling and begins to eat. After the first bite, she seems genuinely pleased, telling Wang Han the flavor is incredibly good, and his cooking skills have definitely improved. Then, in an unexpected gesture of truce, she tells him to go prepare a bowl for Jiang Tang as well, but to bring her the vinegar first, reminding him that pregnant women often crave sour foods. Wang Han nods and goes to retrieve it. While his back is turned, Jiang Tang whispers to Su-chi she could eat any amount of noodles he makes for her. At that moment, Guo skips into the room, cheerfully holding a book in her hands. The sweet girl announces she's finished her homework and asks if she can read a storybook now. Seeing an opportunity to take the lead again, Jiang Tang calls Guo over, telling her to come to mommy, promising she'll read her story. Guo approaches and politely thanks her, calling her Aunt Jiang. But Jiang Tang corrects her immediately, insisting she call her mom. Stroking her hair, she promises to buy her candy if she does. But the little girl hesitates, calling her Aunt Jiang again. Intervening calmly, Su-chi asks her cousin not to make things difficult for the child. Then, she calls Guo over to her, with a gentle yet firm look. She asks the child to call her mom. Guogwa goes silent, completely confused between the two women. Instinctively, she turns to look at Wang Han, who gives her a subtle nod, granting her permission. With her godfather's approval, Guogwa turns to Suchi and, in a clear little voice, she calls Suichi mom. Beaming, she tells her, "You're such a good girl," adding that she'll take her to their room for story as they walk away together. Suichi bids farewell to Zhang Tong, urging her to take her time eating. She leaves, and with Suichi and Guogo gone, Wang Han and Zhang Tong are left alone at the table. Wang Han serves her the bowl of noodles he promised, telling her to eat, despite her clear frustration over losing the battle for Guogo's affection. She reluctantly agrees and begins eating. While she eats, Wang Han lights a cigarette, asking if she isn't planning to sleep soon, since it's getting late. Without looking at him, Zhang Tong says that she'll sleep on the sofa, and he can use the other room. She provokes him again, curiously asking why they don't sleep together if they're supposedly married. Visibly irritated, Wang Han sits down and tells her she talks too much, urging her to finish eating and go to bed. Just then, Suichi appears at the bedroom door and orders Wang Han to come in and sleep. He obeys without hesitation. From the table, Zhang Tong watches in disbelief, muttering to herself that she's never seen him so obedient to anyone. And the next morning, sunlight bathes the apartment building. Out on the balcony, Wang Han is deep into an intense workout, doing one-handed handstand push-ups. Suichi steps outside and watches him, with her arms crossed, finishing a wrap. He notices she's awake and tells her breakfast is on the table. However, she refuses, saying she won't eat because she has to go straight to the office for the project preparations. Wang Han offers to take her, but she coldly refuses, telling him his priority should be taking Guogo to school. He insists, asking if he can pick her up tonight, but she declines again, without even looking at him before leaving. As he watches her go, Wang Han smiles to himself, thinking his wife definitely has a strong personality. Meanwhile, Suchi is driving to work when she receives an urgent call. She's hit with two disastrous pieces of news. Someone has paid unscrupulous media outlets to smear her, and as a result, her project has been shut down by the authorities. Shocked, she asked how the project could be halted. The person on the phone tells her to check the news link they just sent. The article is a media bomb. The headline accuses the Su family heiress of being the mistress in a relationship with a delivery man. To support the lie, the article shows two key photos, one of her with Wang Han and another from the previous night's dinner, where Wang Han, Young Tae, and Guogwa look like a happy family, with Young Tae feeding the child. Furious and confused, Suchi wonders who on earth could be behind such a malicious attack. Meanwhile, back in the apartment, Young Tong has just seen the news on her phone. She jumps up and yells at Wang Han, who is calmly eating breakfast, that his wife is in trouble. Wang Han, not understanding, defensively replies that she shouldn't talk nonsense. Young Tong then reveals that his wife is the one in trouble. With a smug grin, she tells him that if he doesn't believe her, he should see for himself. Wang Han grabs the phone, and the moment he sees the defamatory article and photos, his expression hardens, cursing. He grows furious that someone dared to mess with him and his family without hesitating. He makes a call and tells Wen Long he needs a favor. The scene shifts to a luxurious hotel room. Sul is in bed with a purple-haired woman, clearly celebrating something. The woman asks why he's so happy. He smugly replies that of course it's good news, and that he feels amazing. Leaning over her, he explains that since that bitch Suchi is about to lose control of the company, they should celebrate together. Right then the door bursts open with a violent kick. Sul is startled as Wen Long and two of his men step inside. Their expressions are ice-cold and utterly imposing. Sul's arrogance vanishes in an instant, replaced by sheer terror as he recognizes the terrifying truth. It's the new leader of the Black Dragon Society. Stammering, he asks, "B-Boss Wen, why are you here?" Wen Long calmly orders him to get dressed because someone is waiting to see him. Still utterly confused, Sul asks, "Who would want to see me so urgently?" Losing all patience, Wenlong roars at him, "Get dressed, and stop asking stupid questions." Moments later, Wenlong and his men escort a now-dressed Sul to the door where Wang Han waits outside, his expression icy cold. Wenlong informs him the man has been captured. Sul looks at the person who orchestrated his capture and is stunned to recognize his own brother-in-law. Recovering from the shock, his fear turns to pure rage as he yells at Wang Han, calling him an idiot, and asks why he's here instead of delivering food. With pure contempt, he demands to know what Wang Han is doing in his room. Without uttering a single word, Wang Han answers Sul's insolence with immediate, brutal action. He grabs a nearby vase and smashes it straight into Sul's face. It shatters on impact. Sul stumbles back, blood dripping from the brutal cuts. Shouting in disbelief and fury, he asks Wang Han, "Do you have a death wish?" for daring to touch him. But before he can recover, Wang Han slaps him with bone-shattering force, sending him flying backward until he crashes onto the floor with a thud. But the brutal beating isn't over yet. Wang Han stalks up to the injured Sul and violently yanks him off the ground by his collar. Face inches from his, he roars, "Is this how you treat your own sister, Suchi?" With a disgusting sneer, Sul replies, "That bitch doesn't deserve to be my sister." That vile answer unleashes a terrifying rage in Wang Han. His eyes glow with a deep, menacing red as he clenches his fist, calling Sul a heartless creature, questioning if he even deserves to be called human. He then delivers a devastating punch, sending Sule plummeting into unconsciousness. Despite the brutal beating, Sule attempts one last desperate gambit. He drops to his knees, not to beg Wang Han for mercy, but to Wenlong. He brazenly offers him double his current pay to betray Wang Han and kill him instead. This audacious insolence absolutely infuriates Wenlong, screaming at Sule for daring to disrespect his boss. He delivers a brutal kick directly to his face, proving his unwavering, unshakable loyalty and utterly crushing any last shred of resistance. With Sule now completely broken on the floor, Wenlong turns his gaze to Wang Han and calmly asks what they should do with him. With chilling indifference, Wang Han issues his orders. Sule must contact every single shady media outlet he hired, forcing them to delete all the fake news immediately and issue a public statement revealing the truth. Wenlong crouches down low, grabs the trembling Sule roughly by the hair, and warns him that he heard the orders loud and clear, and he better do exactly what he's told. Even in his broken state, Sule still refuses to give up. He desperately begs Wenlong once more to kill that infuriating delivery boy for him. Finally fed up with Sule's persistent insolence, Wenlong punches him hard once again, yelling that he doesn't want to hear another single word and that he should rethink what he's saying. At long last, Sule's spirit finally breaks. Sitting defeated on the floor, he raises his hand in surrender and tearfully begs them to stop hitting him. He promises to make the media back off immediately and issue the required clarification. Satisfied, Wenlong crouches in front of him with a mocking smile, commenting how much simpler everything would have been if he had just been this obedient from the start. The scene shifts to the towering headquarters of the Su group. Inside her opulent office, Suchi receives some truly unwelcome news from an assistant. The woman informs her that the media now claim they'll only delete the articles if they're paid a staggering 800,000. Outraged, Suchi shouts that it's nothing short of daylight robbery. At that very moment, the door bursts open and her father, Su Jianya, enters along with her furious grandfather. The grandfather immediately yells that he simply can't believe she did something like this, accusing her of dragging the family's esteemed honor through the mud. Suki tries to defend herself, insisting that things aren't exactly the way they look, but her desperate pleas are completely ignored. Her grandfather flat out labels her the other woman, the kind of woman who shatters families apart. Meanwhile, Su Jianya smugly adds he's already contacted chairwoman Lu Yu, who's currently en route to handle this mess. Suki leaps to her feet, insisting she knows full well she's absolutely no homewrecker, and that someone has clearly framed her. Her grandfather, however, utterly ignores her, pointing his cane accusingly at her, and ordering her to fix this problem immediately, no matter what it takes. That's when Su Jianya reveals his true, devious intentions. He tells her there's a simple way to solve this scandal, and they can handle everything. But the condition is she gives up her authority and control over the entire project. Suji instantly realizes this was their insidious scheme all along. That this project should have been theirs from the very start, and she only snagged it through pure dumb luck. So, she'd better learn her place. But even under such intense pressure, Suji firmly refuses to yield. She declares they can forget about seizing her power. She has a clear conscience, and the truth will prevail. Enraged by her unwavering defiance, her grandfather slams his cane onto the floor. He snaps that she's far too young and naive. If she truly believes Chairwoman Liu would entrust such a critical project to someone whose reputation is utterly in ruins, he then delivers a chilling ultimatum, stating this concerns the Su family's very honor, and she has no choice but to hand over her authority, whether she likes it or not. The escalating family conflict is suddenly interrupted by a sharp knock on the door. It's Liu Yu, Wang Han's assistant, entering with an impeccably professional air. Su Jianya and her father, startled, immediately drop their aggressive posturing, switching to a visibly servile one, respectfully greeting Chairwoman Liu as she calmly approaches. Seizing this opportune moment, Su Jianya profusely apologizes on the family's behalf, lamenting the shameful scandal unfolding around them. Visibly distressed, Suki speaks up. She promises Liu Yu she'll swiftly find a way to resolve all the negative press. But her grandfather scoffs at her promise, yelling, "Where do you plan to get millions?" To silence the media, he demands she give up and hand over the project immediately. But Suchi stands firm, unfazed, and declares that she'll solve it herself, even if she has to take out a loan. Just then, Suchi's assistant rushes back into the office. She hands Suchi a tablet and reports that all the negative media articles have already been completely handled. Suchi takes the tablet, utterly confused. She can't believe what she's hearing and wonders how the problem vanished so quickly. Her father and grandfather are equally stunned, checking their own phones. They confirm that every single defamatory article has been deleted, leaving them in shock as they wonder who could possibly wield enough power to intervene. Refusing to give up, the grandfather turns to Liu Yu, arguing that despite everything, Suchi has proven to be a problem and shouldn't be trusted with such an important project. But Liu Yu firmly cuts him off. She turns around and makes it crystal clear that her boss came to the Su family for the sole purpose of working with Su Chi, and the rest of them should stop trying to take that opportunity away. With the matter settled, Liu Yu announces she has other matters to attend to and prepares to leave, ignoring the grandfather's frantic attempts to stop her. Suki, still trying to process how quickly everything was resolved, calls out to her, asking her to wait. With the project now settled, Suki stops Liu Yu as she's about to leave, curious about the mysterious and powerful person who helped her. Suchi asks if it will be possible to meet Liu Yu's boss. Liu Yu turns back with a polite but mysterious smile, explaining she cannot make that decision herself, as her boss's personality is quite unpredictable. After accepting the answer, Suki watches Liu Yu wave goodbye, leaving her alone with her defeated father and grandfather as they turn to leave. Her father, Su Jianya, warns her not to get complacent. Her grandfather adds, with disgust, that the family business is being ruined by her. Angered by their audacity, Suki retorts that everyone knows who's truly destroying the family. Once they're gone, she sits down, still pondering who could have solved the media crisis so quickly. Just then, she looks at her phone, and her expression turns to shock. A news headline announces that the delivery man involved in the scandal has been fired from his job. The scene shifts to the food delivery center, where Wang Han pulls up on his red motorcycle. Unaware of the news, he greets his coworkers and asks his heavier, set friend to borrow a power bank for his dead phone. His friend looks at him, stunned, and informs him that he's in the news. Wang Han casually dismisses it as boring gossip, but his co-worker bluntly tells him that he's been fired. Confident as ever, Wang Han scoffs, questioning who would possibly dare to fire him. At that moment, a man in a suit appears, whom the delivery men greet as the station chief. The man approaches Wang Han, and with a serious expression, informs him that due to the negative impact his affair has had on the company, they've decided to fire him. Wang Han argues back, stating that the news was fake, and the media has already published clarifications, questioning the basis for their decision. The station chief tries to soften the blow, explaining he has no power to overturn a decision made by the main company. In a gesture of goodwill, he offers to help Wang Han find a new job, mentioning his cousin is a manager at a security company. The chief lights a cigarette for him and offers some advice, telling him that while it's normal for men to like beautiful, wealthy women, a man must ultimately rely on himself. He then hands Wang Han a business card for his cousin. A slightly stressed Wang Han accepts the card and thanks him as Wang Han walks away. His co-workers say they'll really miss him, but they can't resist, teasing him about his habit of bragging. They advise him to tone it down at his new job. Wang Han just smiles, thanks his friends, and offers them a smoke. Just then, a woman's voice calls out, asking if anyone there is named Wang Han. Surprising his co-workers, a moment later, Xiao Jing appears, pleased she has found him. Wang Han is surprised to see teacher Xiao there. She explains his phone was off when she tried to call, so she had a friend find out where he worked. Wang Han asks if she needs something, his co-workers looking on with great interest. Xiao Jing explains that her father wishes to see him, and since it's not a good place to talk, she asks if they can go somewhere else, seeing as he was about to leave anyway. Vangan Algris. As the two ride off on Wang Han's motorcycle, his former co-workers watch them go, speculating that the beautiful woman must be looking for him to be her kept man. Their gossip is interrupted when the station chief suddenly kicks the heavier set man from behind, yelling at them to stop envying Wang Han and get back to work. Their attention is quickly diverted when a sleek black car pulls up. The two delivery men are confused, wondering why so many luxury cars have been showing up at their humble station recently. Jiang Tang steps out of the car, confidently asking them where she can find Wang Han. The two delivery men are completely mesmerized by the stunning woman who has just arrived, blushing as they ask what her relationship is to Wang Han. Jiang Tang coolly states that she is his wife, and she is there to take him home. This revelation sends the delivery men into shock. They can't believe Wang Han now has another beautiful wife, exclaiming how impressive he is, recovering slightly. The heavier set man tells her that Wang Han just left with someone else and points her in the direction they went. With a look of annoyance, Jiang Tang crosses her arms and mutters to herself that bastard sure can run fast. Meanwhile, Wang Han zips through the city streets on his motorcycle, with Xiao Wang Jing riding pillion. She gives him directions, telling him to turn left just up ahead. Soon, they arrive at an impressive traditional building, with a sign that proudly reads, White Tiger Martial Arts Hall. Wang Han remarks that the hall is quite enormous. As they step into the courtyard, Xiao Wang Jing informs him her father is upstairs. Inside, they're greeted by a muscular man in a white t-shirt, who looks surprised to see Xiao Wang Jing. She addresses him as Senior Brother Kong, and explains she's brought Big Brother Wang to see her father. The man eyes Wang Han and assumes he must be a new student. To avoid complications, Xiao Wang Jing quickly claims Wang Han isn't a student, but a new instructor her father has just hired. The man, Kong Hong Jae, scoffs at this, looking Wang Han over with disdain. He mocks Wang Han's slender physique, telling Xiao Wang Jing she must be joking, and that this man couldn't withstand a single slap from me. He questions if her father's judgment is failing. Annoyed by his disrespect, Wang Han brushes the man's arm off his shoulder. Xiao Wang Jing tells her senior brother to watch his attitude, and announces they're going to see her father now. Kong Hong Jae tries to block their path, claiming her father is busy with an important guest. He then attempts to charm her, offering 2 concert tickets. However, she flatly rejects him, stating she already has plans with Wang Han for the weekend. Taking the lead, Xiao Wangjing takes Wang Han's hand and firmly asks Kong Hong Jae to step aside. She leads him towards the stairs, leaving the muscular man staring after them with a furious expression. As they walk up the stairs, their hands remain intertwined. Left alone, Kong Hong Jae clenches his fist in a rage, vowing to tear the man apart, who's been trying to steal his woman. On the 2nd floor, Xiao Anjing announces their arrival to her dad, who's sharing a tea table with another man. Cha Tien Chong immediately stands and greets them with a warm smile, playfully scolding his daughter for not mentioning she was bringing such an important guest, as he would have come down to welcome him personally. He then turns to Wang Han, shaking his hand, inviting him to sit as their hands firmly clasp. Xie Tianxiong senses a powerful energy from Wang Han, confirming the young man's skills are truly impressive. He compliments Wang Han on his considerable strength, which Wang Han humbly accepts. Chao Tianshuang then introduces Wang Han to his companion, an older man he simply calls Old Lu, explaining that Wang Han actually saved his daughter's life. Getting straight to the point, he offers Wang Han a job as an instructor at the martial arts hall. To sweeten the deal even further, he promises that after just 1 year, he'll give Wang Han 5% of the company's shares. Xiao Anjing tries to interject, telling her father that Wang Han doesn't need the money, but Wang Han immediately corrects her. He states that he absolutely needs money, as he just lost his job and has a child to support. Delighted by his refreshing straightforwardness, Sha Tianshuang offers him a monthly salary of 50,000. Standing up decisively, Wang Han accepts the offer, to Xiao Wanjing's visible pleasure. The other man congratulates his friend on finding such a fine new instructor. Eager to proceed, Xiao Tianshuang offers to show his new employee around the facility, and Wang Han agrees. The scene then shifts to a large, modern training hall. Xiao Tianshuang calls all the students to gather round, standing before the disciples. He proudly presents Wang Han as their new instructor and invites him to say a few words. With a calm demeanor, Wang Han introduces himself, expressing his hope that they'll all get along and can discuss fighting techniques together. The students are not impressed. The students start whispering among themselves. They notice Wang Han's physique doesn't quite scream master, and openly wonder if he's even any good. Kong Hung steps up, representing the group. He asks Wang Han what fighting style he studied. With a smug, confident air, Wang Han calmly replies that he knows a little bit of many different styles. Kong Hung mockingly asks him to elaborate, maybe even teach him a thing or two. Unfasid, Wang Han calmly lists an impressive number of martial art styles: Yin Kung Hung Guen, Tai Chi, and Wing Chun. This immediately irritates Kong Hung, who accuses Wang Han of being a jack of all trades, but a master of none. Wang Han retorts that he has a big appetite and strong teeth, implying he can handle everything he claims. The other students quickly agree with Kong Hung, convinced Wang Han is all talk. They demand he stop talking and give them a demonstration. Xiao Wanjin steps in, scolding Kong Hung for being so hostile to a new colleague. However, Kong Hung argues that, since Wang Han is here to teach, they can't have a weakling in that position. The other students eagerly agree, urging him to fight Wang Han and test his skill. Sensing the mood, Xia Tianchong suggests that perhaps Wang Han should give a demonstration. Wang Han calmly agrees, saying he has no problem with that. Stepping into the training area, Kong Hung smirks and warns Wang Han that he's a heavy hitter, but reassures him he won't actually kill him. Cracking his knuckles, Wang Han coolly replies that, coincidentally, he also strikes hard. Wanted to make things more interesting, Kong Hung proposes a wager. He declares that if he wins, he will take Xiao Wanjin to the concert on the weekend, daring Wang Han to accept. Wang Han cleverly deflects, saying it would depend on whether teacher Xia agrees. A fuming Xiao Wangjin retorts, demanding to know what happens if Wang Han loses. Supremely confident, Kang Hongjie just laughs, declaring that if he loses, they can make any demand they want. Seizing the golden opportunity, Xiao Wangjin lays down her terms if he loses. He must hand over the concert tickets, and she'll go with Wang Han instead. Her father and Wang Han watch as she sets the stakes, and Wang Han calmly agrees. Kang Hongjie then turns to his master, Xiao Tianzhong, and asks, what should happen if the new instructor gets seriously injured? Xiao Tianzhong warns him not to be so arrogant, insisting they keep it to a light spar. Fired up and ready, Kang Hongjie orders everyone to clear the floor, so they can watch. He warns Wang Han one last time he won't hold back, but Wang Han simply tells him to make his move. When he's ready, earning an intense glare from his opponent, with a powerful shout, Kang Hongjie charges forward, determined to test Wang Han's abilities. The fight is over before it even begins. With blinding speed, Wang Han effortlessly intercepts the attack, delivering a precise chop to Kang Hongjie's throat that stops him dead in his tracks. The sheer force of the blow lifts the muscular man clean off his feet. Before he can even recover, Wang Han grabs the back of his neck and drives a devastating knee into his stomach, causing him to cry out in agony. With his opponent completely neutralized, Wang Han releases his grip, letting the defeated man collapse. He calmly critiques Kang Hongjie, telling him his speed was decent, but his power was clearly lacking, and advises him to go back to training. As Wang Han coolly walks away, leaving Kang Hongjie groaning on the mat, a clearly impressed Xiao Wangjin exclaims just how amazing he is. Watching from the sidelines, Xiao Tianzhong's friend, Lu Yangping, remarks that Wang Han only used about 30% of his strength. He adds that if he had used any more, Sha Tianshang's prized disciple would have surely ended up in the hospital. Utterly humiliated by his quick defeat, Kang Hongjie glares from the floor, muttering curses and refusing to accept his loss. He suddenly lunges from the ground in a desperate sneak attack, aiming for Wang Han's back. As Xiao Wanjing cries out a warning, he manages to grab Wang Han from behind, yelling for him to die. Prompting a shocked reaction from Xiao Wanjing, he effortlessly flips Wang Han over his shoulder and slams him hard onto the training mat. Outraged, Xiao Wanjing scolds Kang Hongjie for launching a sneak attack, after Wang Han had already won and shown mercy. Kang Hongjie, however, simply smirks shamelessly, stating that being merciful to an enemy is being cruel to oneself. He questions how Wang Han can be an instructor if he doesn't understand that principle. As he gets to his feet, Xiao Wanjing complains to her father about his behavior, while Lu Yangping remarks that his friend's disciple seems to lack any sense of martial virtue. Ignoring them, Kang Hongjie arrogantly raises his foot, declaring that in a fight, the winner is king. He brings his foot down in a powerful stomp, intending to crush Wang Han while he's on the ground, and telling him to eat dust. But with incredible agility, Wang Han easily leaps away, leaving Kang Hongjie stunned that he missed. The shock on his face quickly turns to a mocking sneer as he taunts Wang Han, asking if all he knows is how to run and dodge. He then charges forward once more, throwing a wild punch. Wang Han easily dodges Kang Hongjie's wild punch, calmly telling him his attack is too slow. Seeing his opponent's lack of skill, Wang Han decides to teach him a lesson. He explains a key principle of martial arts. In fighting, only speed is unbreakable, and those who rely on brute force are destined to fail. Kang Hongjie grows more furious with each word, enraged. Kang Hongjie snaps at him to shut up, then lunges forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks. He rains down a barrage of punches and kicks, but Wang Han, with astonishing fluidity, effortlessly dodges every single blow. After evading another punch, Wang Han mockingly asks, "Is that all you've got?" Once again taunting him about his slowness, pushed beyond his breaking point. Kang Hongjie screams in pure frustration, demanding how Wang Han dares act so superior. After his own 15 grueling years of training, vowing to end him, he lunges forward with a powerful, potentially lethal elbow strike. From the sidelines, Lu Yangping and Xia Tianzhong immediately recognized the dangerous technique as a killing move. Xiao Enjing looks on in utter horror, her face pale as she calls out Wang Han's name in sheer terror. However, Wang Han is completely unfazed. He effortlessly leaps over the incoming elbow strike, and as he soars over his opponent, he reiterates his earlier lesson, stating he's simply too slow. Before Kong Hongjae can even react, Wang Han delivers a single, devastating knee strike that sends him crashing hard to the floor. Knocked out cold, the entire hall falls into stunned silence. The other students stare, utterly disbelieving that they're powerful. Senior brother was defeated with just one kick. Xiao Wanjing, however, is absolutely overjoyed, celebrating his victory. She rushes to his side, exclaiming how utterly amazing he is. Watching on, Liu Yangping states that with such strength, Wang Han must be at least a little grandmaster. Sha Tianxiong agrees, marveling that while it took him half a lifetime to reach that level, Wang Han has achieved it in his mere 20s. Liu Yangping congratulates his friend, telling him he's found a true treasure. For the White Tiger Martial Arts Hall, walking over, Wang Han politely apologizes to Shou Tianxiong, saying he's sorry he couldn't hold back and injured his disciple. Xiao Tian Shuang laughs it off, telling him not to worry, as his arrogant student completely deserved it. He then asks Wang Han, "Who is your master?" Intrigued by such extraordinary talent, Wang Han Stais Humble deflects the question about his master, vaguely claiming no formal lineage, and simply trained with family elders as a child. Respecting his privacy, Xia Tianxiong drops the subject and invites him upstairs. As they walk away, he orders his students to carry the unconscious Kong Hongzhe inside. However, Wang Han intervenes, showing concern for the man he just defeated. He warns the students not to move him, as it could cause further injury, and tells them to call an ambulance instead. Just then his phone chimes. Checking the time, he sees it's 11 a.m. and remembers he needs to bring lunch to his wife. He is surprised by a message from Suki. In the text, she informs him she heard he lost his job and offers to arrange a new one for him, with a monthly salary of 15,000. Feeling proud, Wang Han quickly texts back, boasting that he has already found a new job that pays 50,000 a month. His response is met with skepticism. Suki texts back, asking if he can't be more realistic for once. Annoyed that she still doesn't believe him, Wang Han takes out his new employment contract, snaps a photo, and sends it as proof. After a pause, Suki replies with a simple, "Very good." Pleased, Wang Han then offers to bring her lunch, but she declines, explaining she has a meeting with a very important person. This news immediately piques Wang Han's curiosity, and with a hint of jealousy, he texts back, asking if the person is a man or a woman. Suki tells him to get his mind out of the gutter, explaining she's going to meet the big shot, who gave her the project, to thank him in person. And then, she promptly ends the conversation, standing by his motorcycle. Wang Han fries. A look of dawning horror crosses his face, as he realizes the horrifying truth. He is the one who gave her the project. This means his wife is on her way to meet an imposter, and is likely walking into a trap, without a second's hesitation. He jumps on his motorcycle and makes an urgent call. He urgently asks the person on the other end to pinpoint Suki's current location. The voice on the line belongs to Zhang Tae, who, at first, playfully refuses. Wang Han furiously insists he's not joking, stressing he needs that info immediately. Zhang Tae finally relents, agreeing to check. A moment later, from a room where she's tracking events on her laptop, Jiang Tang delivers a chilling update. She tells him his little wife is currently having drinks with another man. Then, she adds a sinister detail. The man is absolutely no good, and he just drugged Su Chi's drink. This news sends a shockwave of pure rage through Wang Han, who curses aloud, his face contorted in fury. He revs his engine and speeds off into the city streets, vowing he will kill the man who dared to harm his wife. The scene shifts to a large, luxurious hotel room. Su Chi lies unconscious on the bed, one of her high heels abandoned on the floor. Standing over her is Lin Jingpeng, who smugly reveals that since she refused alcohol, he simply drugged the water he gave her instead, rubbing his hands with a lecherous look. He gloats that she can no longer escape his grasp. His sinister plan becomes clear as he pulls out his phone to record a video of the helpless Suki. He muses aloud that even though she's usually so proud, she's ended up right in his bed. He plans to use the video to blackmail her, imagining how her delivery man husband would die of anger if he saw it. With a wicked laugh, he declares that the show is about to begin. However, his moment is shattered by a deafening crash as Wang Han kicks the hotel room door clean off its hinges. Startled and angry, Lin Jingpeng yells, demanding to know who's there. And if they couldn't see the do not disturb sign, he turns and sees Wang Han in the doorway, his eyes fixed on the scene. For a moment, he is frozen in shock. He couldn't comprehend how Wang Han was even there, as he saw his wife lying unconscious on the bed. Wang Han is engulfed by a seething, cold fury. He curses the man before him, a true beast. Without a single word more, Wang Han charges forward, unleashing a furious roar. He lands a powerful slap straight across Lin Jingpeng's face. The sheer force sends him sprawling across the room, crashing hard against the distant wall. Dazed yet defiant, Lin Jingpeng tries to fight back. He throws a wild, clumsy punch, but Wang Han effortlessly dodges the pathetic attack. He then swiftly counters with a brutal elbow strike straight to Lin Jingpeng's back, sending him sprawling face first onto the floor. Wang Han looms over his beaten opponent, his expression cold and utterly unforgiving. Battered and whimpering on the floor, a desperate Lin Jingpeng, utterly broken, tries to invoke his powerful family's name. To save himself, he pleads with Wang Han to stop, offering him money and then a shocking revelation. His grandfather is none other than Lin Jingyun. Despite the beating, Lin Jingpeng's arrogance unbelievably persists. Spitting blood, he defiantly threatens Wang Han, warning that he'll have Wang Han's entire family wiped out. Wang Han remains completely unimpressed. He plants a heavy boot squarely on Lin Jingpeng's chest, and with chilling calm, tells him to be more concerned with whether he will even survive the day at all. The stark threat instantly shatters Lin Jingpeng's bravado. He pleads, offering any insane amount of money, frantically trying to bargain for his very life. Even a cool 1 million yuan won't save him. Wang Han simply applies even more brutal pressure, causing Lin Jingpeng to scream out in raw agony. Just then, Suchi stirs weakly on the bed, muttering about how intensely hot she feels. The drug taking effect, Wang Han sees his wife's distress. Wang Han's face hardens, ignited by renewed fury, calling Lin Jingpeng a beast one last chilling time. He delivers yet another brutal kick straight to his face. With his tormentor now dealt with, Wang Han rushes to his wife's side, gently helping her sit up. He tries to comfort her, the defeated man recovering against a wall. Meanwhile, a desperate Lin Jingpeng makes a frantic phone call, crying out to his grandfather to save him from someone who is trying to kill him. As he frantically pleads into the phone, a massive shadow suddenly looms over him. He looks up in shock, only to see Wang Han, who swiftly kicks the phone from his grasp. The scene then shifts to a different hotel room. There, Wang Han sits calmly, unfazed, while the thoroughly beaten Lin Jingpeng kneels on the floor. A moment later, an elderly man with a cane enters. It's none other than Lin Qingyun himself. He approaches Wang Han with the utmost respect, addressing him simply as young master. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Wang Han considers. Wang Han glances at the kneeling man. Then, he looks at the newcomer. With cold sarcasm, he asks if this is his grandson. Lin Qingyun immediately bows his head in apology, stating firmly, it's his fault for failing to discipline his family. Seeing his powerful grandfather so utterly subservient, Lin Jingpeng is utterly confused. He points a trembling finger at Wang Han defiantly and yells for his grandfather to get someone to kill him. Clinging to his grandfather's leg, his face swollen, he asks in disbelief if his grandfather really came alone. failing completely to understand the power dynamic at play. Enraged by his grandson's utter insolence, Lin Qingyun screams, furious, asking if he's trying to get him killed, and strikes him mercilessly with his cane. As Lin Jingpeng cries out in pain, still foolishly blaming the delivery guy, his grandfather hits him again hard, yelling at him to just shut his mouth. With his grandson beaten and sprawled on the floor, Lin Qingyun turns to Wang Han with a grim expression. He then asks his young master how he wishes to deal with this beast, leaving the final decision entirely in his hands. Hearing his grandfather call the man young master, the full gravity of the situation finally dawns on a terrified Lin Jingpeng. Wang Han takes a final, deep drag from his cigarette and looks at Lin Qingyun coldly, steadily, reminding him that he knows the rules of their organization with grim resolve. Lin Qingyun then recites the brutal law. Those who defile women shall be punished by castration. Wang Han then gives his final, chilling order, ordering him to carry out the punishment himself. A trembling Lin Qingyun turns to face his grandson. His voice is thick with fury and despair, as he tells him plainly, "You have brought utter shame upon the Lin family." He raises his heavy cane high above his head, and with a final, desperate scream from his grandson, he brings it down with full, brutal force, carrying out the brutal sentence. The agonized scream echoes through the hotel, awakening Su Qi. She sits up, groggy and confused, wondering how she even got there. Just then, the door bursts open, and her best friend, Lin Zhifu, rushes in. She explains, with a mix of relief and anger, that she'd asked her grandfather about the meeting, only to discover Lin Jingpeng had completely lied. He didn't even know the big shot. She then furiously demands to know where that bastard is. Seeing her friend's distress, she asks Su Qi if he heard her. Su Qi, still dazed, replies she can't remember clearly, only that someone burst in and beat Lin Jingpeng senseless. Relieved, Lin Zhifu tells her they should leave immediately. Su Qi agrees, and as they get up, Lin Zhifu notices a small, dark bead with a golden pattern on the sheets. She asks what it is, and Su Qi picks it up. Lin Zhifu remarks that it looks familiar, asking if the person who rescued her might have left it behind. Looking at the intricate golden dragon on the bead, Su Qi agrees it probably was, holding the mysterious dragon bead. Su Qi is filled with a new resolve. She tells Lin Zhifu to help her find out who her mysterious rescuer was, vowing she will settle the score with Lin Jingpeng later. Later, back in the other hotel room, Wang Han watches from the doorway as the two women finally leave, thinking they must have been thoroughly scared stiff. With the crisis over, he adjusts his jacket and turns his thoughts to his other urgent responsibilities, reminding himself to get on with the crucial task his grandfather assigned him. However, a sudden, horrifying realization strikes him. He frantically pats his pockets, a look of pure panic on his face, as he realizes the precious dragon bead is gone. He worries he might have lost it during the intense fight, knowing full well that losing it would spell utter disaster. Meanwhile, back at the luxurious Su family residence, the grandfather and father grill a badly beaten Su Lei, demanding to know how he could possibly have been thrashed by a mere delivery man. Su Lei then reluctantly explains that Wang Han is far from being a simple man, revealing his shocking connection to the notorious Black Dragon Group. Just then, Qin Lei, the eldest young master of the powerful Qin family, sweeps in with a dismissive smirk, arrogantly declaring that the Black Dragon Group is utterly insignificant. Seeing a prime opportunity, Su Qi's grandfather then asks Qin Lei if he has a concrete plan. Qin Lei proposes a truly dark solution. If Su Qi were to tragically die, control of the project would naturally fall right back into their greedy hands. A visibly shocked, Su Lei demands he clarify his intentions. Qin Lei's expression hardens, turning menacing, as he coldly declares that anyone who dares to stand in the way of the mighty Qin family must die. He then chillingly reveals he knows. Su Qi returns home precisely at 8:30 every single night, and malevolently suggests they simply send an assassin, burning with a thirst for revenge. Su Lei adds that they absolutely must kill that delivery guy as well, his face contorted with utter rage. Chin Lei agrees, stating it's best to act swiftly and decisively, touching his own still bruised face. Su Lei fiercely declares he will personally arrange for the assassination that very night. He simply cannot wait another day for his sweet revenge. Later that day, Wang Han brings his adopted daughter, Gua, back to his cozy apartment. Inside, the ever-helpful Zhang Tong is patiently waiting. Wang Han tells Wu to settle in and start her homework, while he prepares a delicious dinner with a warm smile. Zhang Tong, ever so kind, offers to help the little girl with her schoolwork, affectionately calling herself Godmother. While Zhang Tong is happily occupied, Wang Han discreetly pulls out his phone, his thoughts immediately turning to his beloved wife. He worries terribly about Su Qi, thinking she must have been absolutely terrified by the day's harrowing events. He quickly sends her a comforting text, telling her he's cooked all her favorite dishes and offering to lovingly bring them right over. However, Su Qi replies with a chillingly curt message. She declines his offer, saying she'll eat at home instead. Reading her curt response, Wang Han concludes she's understandably not in the mood right now. Suddenly, his phone rings. He answers, shocked to find Su Qi's brother, Suli, on the other end, in a complete reversal. Suli speaks with an incredibly respectful, apologetic tone, even addressing Wang Han as brother-in-law. He admits his past actions were wrong and invites Wang Han to a family dinner that evening to finally resolve their issues. He asks if Wang Han can arrive before 8:30 p.m., and Wang Han agrees, his face still visibly bruised. Suli ends the call by politely saying he'll see him that evening. After hanging up, Wang Han stares at his phone with a deeply suspicious expression. He finds it incredibly strange that Suli has suddenly become so reasonable and can't shake the feeling that something isn't right. Under the crescent moon, Wang Han speeds through the city on his red motorcycle, thinking he should make it on time. He stops at an intersection, just as he spots a woman and her young son crossing the street. Suddenly, a black car barrels toward them at high speed, pursued by a police car. Annoyed by the reckless driving, Wang Han wonders if the driver has a death wish. The black car doesn't stop. It swerves and screeches to a halt, directly in front of the mother and child, completely blocking their path. The door flies open, and a large, bald man emerges. Without warning, the man snatches the frightened boy, who screams for his mother. The horrified woman shouts at the man, demanding to know what he's doing. The kidnapper yanks the boy into the car, as the mother desperately cries for help, begging for her son to be let go. Wang Han watches the shocking scene unfold, confused by the sheer brazenness of the kidnapping. The black car speeds away. With a look of cold determination, Wang Han decides the kidnappers were truly unlucky to have run into him. He immediately gives chase, his motorcycle roaring as he pursues the black van. He pulls up right beside them, and the blonde driver furiously screams at him, calling him a meddling fool with a death wish. Unfazed, Wang Han retaliates by kicking the side of their speeding vehicle. Inside, the bald kidnapper urges his partner to just ignore Wang Han, reminding him the police are closing in, and their top priority is to escape. The driver yells a final insult at Wang Han, promising to deal with him later as they speed off, determined not to let them get away. Wang Han thinks them foolish to challenge him to a race. He expertly maneuvers his bike, cutting sharply in front of the van, and forcing the driver into a dangerous, sharp turn. The driver curses wildly as he loses control, crashing the vehicle directly into a solid wall. With the van stopped and smoking, Wang Han parks his bike and calmly walks right over. He taunts the blonde man, asking if he still feels like running. Furious, the driver emerges from the wreck, knife in hand, and charges straight at Wang Han. Wang Han easily dodges the wild swing, and in a flash appears right behind the man, delivering a swift chop to the back of his neck. The kidnapper is instantly knocked unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Wang Han now stands before the open van door. With a terrified but safe little boy peers out, Wang Han kneels and calmly reassures the terrified boy, telling him not to be afraid, because his mother will be there soon. Just then, the second bald kidnapper scrambles out of the wrecked van and makes a run for it. Wang Han watches him go, wondering if the man really thinks he can escape, as police sirens wail in the distance. He corners the thug in a narrow alley, who looks trapped but defiant. The chase continues as the kidnapper darts into a nearby apartment building. With Wang Han in hot pursuit, they race up the stairs and down a hallway, until the thug disappears into a room at the end. Wang Han follows him inside, only to find the room completely empty. He sarcastically asks if the man wants to play hide and seek. Then his eyes snag on a woman's bare legs sprawled on a bed. He's taken aback to find a scantily clad woman lounging there, flashing a seductive smile. She alluringly beckons him closer, brandishing a riding crop and offering to take care of him. Suddenly, the bald kidnapper, who'd been hiding behind the door, tries to sneak away. At the same moment, the woman slides off the bed and approaches Wang Han, asking if he isn't satisfied with her. She attempts to block his path with her leg, offering her services at a discount. Annoyed, Wang Han pushes her leg away, telling her he's not there for her and to step aside. The standoff is abruptly interrupted when a female police officer suddenly kicks the door wide open and storms in. She points her gun at them, ordering everyone to freeze with their hands up. The woman on the floor immediately recognizes the officer and stammers that she wasn't conducting any business. Wang Han tries to explain, but the police officer ignores him and orders the woman to put her hands on her head and squat down, which she does immediately. Suddenly, the officer hears a faint sound from behind a closed door. She spins around, aiming her weapon at the door and demanding to know who is there. Meanwhile, Wang Han puts his hands up. She then cautiously approaches the door and announces that the police are outside, warning the person inside not to resist. As she reaches for the handle, Wang Han seems to notice something is terribly wrong. The moment the door swings open, the bald kidnapper lunges out, swinging a heavy object straight at the officer's head. The surprise attack works, and the officer drops her gun in shock as the man brings his weapon down. Just as the kidnapper's weapon is about to strike, Wang Han shouts a warning and heroically pushes Officer Yang out of harm's way, confused by the sudden shove. The officer quickly realizes she was just attacked. She recovers immediately and with expert skill tackles the bald kidnapper, swiftly incapacitating him. Watching her fierce display in action, Wang Han breaks out in a nervous sweat, thinking to himself, just how tough is she, all while effortlessly holding the criminal down. Officer Yang quickly radios in, reporting she has 2 suspects secured. Hearing this, Wang Han's face goes slack with confusion. He hastily tries to explain himself, telling the officer emphatically that he was the one who helped her nab the bad guy, and a proud, model citizen of Jiangning City. Completely unimpressed, Officer Yang merely scoffs that everyone they find in places like this claims to be a model citizen. Glad she brought an extra set, she pulls out her handcuffs and orders him to hold out his hands. Wang Han cries out in disbelief, but she simply ignores him, stating he can explain everything at the station. She then promptly handcuffs him, stating that while it might be a simple misunderstanding, the police won't wrongly accuse an innocent person, nor let a guilty one walk free. Later that night, back at the police station, Wang Han is still handcuffed and meekly asks Officer Yang for some water. She retorts sarcastically, asking if he thinks this police station is his home. Just then, a senior male officer strides in, praising little Yang for a job well done. He reveals the 2 criminals were notorious drug traffickers. They had been searching for relentlessly for ages, and congratulates her for catching them single-handedly. Officer Yang stands at attention and respectfully addresses her superior as Bureau Chief Yang. She modestly clarifies that when she arrived on scene, one man was already captured and the other badly injured, explaining she simply took advantage of the chaotic situation. Bureau Chief Yang then asks her if she knows who actually subdued the criminals before she arrived. Flustered, Officer Yang claims she doesn't know, claiming she didn't get a clear look at anyone due to heavy traffic. Wang Han, still in handcuffs, raises his hand to loudly interrupt, declaring that it was him, and his motorcycle is still outside. Annoyed, Officer Yang sharply tells him to shut up. Bureau Chief Yang looks at Wang Han curiously and presses Officer Yang for answers about him. Trying to save face, she dismissively retorts that Wang Han was merely a client of a prostitute, whom she'd apprehended right there on the scene. A stunned Wang Han quickly protests, insisting he was there to apprehend the actual criminals, just as he suggests they review the surveillance footage. Another officer bursts in, clutching a file, excitedly announcing to everyone that he's identified the hero who captured those notorious traffickers. The file reveals a photo of Wang Han clipped right to the top. The officer points dramatically to it, confirming the man's identity, Wang Han. The other officers are absolutely dumbfounded. Bureau Chief Zhang immediately asks if he's absolutely certain, and the officer confidently confirms the system is never wrong. The chief then sternly orders a flustered Officer Yang to immediately release Wang Han's cuffs. Deeply embarrassed, she swiftly unlocks the handcuffs from his wrists. Once finally released, Wang Han rubs his aching wrists and glares at Officer Yang, remarking, "I told you the truth." He then audibly mutters, loudly enough, "She's all brawn and absolutely no brains." Overhearing the blatant insult, she blushes beet red and furiously demands, "What did you just say?" Completely ignoring her, Wang Han checks his phone and instantly panics, realizing he's now dangerously late. He bolts out of the station in a frenzy, leaving a seething Officer Yang glaring as he disappears. As he vanishes from sight, she vows to herself, "I will definitely get even with him." Moments later, inside a taxi, Wang Han frantically urges the driver to pick up the pace, explaining he's in an absolute rush. The driver calmly replies he simply can't, as they're in the city and safety is paramount. In response, Wang Han dramatically pulls out a thick wad of cash, offering the driver a hefty 1,000 yuan to floor it. The bribe works like a charm. The driver slams on the accelerator, shifts gears, and yells for Wang Han to hold on tight, boasting, "My family owns a tofu shop," and promising to get him to his destination by 8:30, no matter what. The scene suddenly shifts to a terrifying, massive fire, raging ferociously, illuminating the dark night sky. A sprawling, modern house is completely engulfed in fiery chaos. Firefighters are relentlessly battling the inferno, as a bewildered crowd of onlookers watches in horror, all wondering how such a catastrophic fire could have possibly erupted. And just like that, Wang Han's taxi pulls up. He steps out, instantly stunned by the blazing inferno. It dawns on him, it's the Su family home, the very place he was headed for dinner. A firefighter questions a distraught woman in the crowd, desperate to know if anyone is still trapped inside. She tearfully confirms Miss Su is almost certainly still in the house. Hearing this, panic immediately seizes Wang Han. The woman explains that Suchi arrives home at this exact time, every single evening. The horrifying realization that his wife is trapped inside fills Wang Han with absolute horror. He urgently grabs the woman's attention, pleading with her to confirm if she means Suchi is still in the villa. Without another thought, Wang Han rips off his jacket and sprints directly toward the raging inferno, shocking all the onlookers. A firefighter shouts at him not to be so reckless, while the woman begs him to come back, reminding him he has no protective gear. Another bystander speculates the maids must have accidentally set the kitchen on fire. As he disappears into the hungry flames, a firefighter alerts their captain that a civilian has just rushed into the blaze. The woman who spoke to Wang Han clasps her hands together and prays, lamenting the terrible situation amidst the growing chaos. As onlookers pray, Suchi herself arrives at the scene, stepping out of her car. She asks the distraught woman what on earth happened, and the woman is utterly shocked to see her. The woman immediately panics, realizing her terrible mistake. She explains she thought Suchi was inside, which means the young man who just ran into the fire did so for absolutely nothing. Confused, Suchi asks what young man she's talking about, and if someone else is trapped in the burning villa. The woman quickly explains that a tall young man heard she was inside, took off his jacket, and rushed into the raging flames. The news leaves Suchi utterly stunned, realizing it must have been Wang Han. She screams his name and tries to run toward the fire herself, but the woman and a firefighter quickly grab her. Someone holds her back, warning her it's far too dangerous, and the house could collapse at any second. Helpless and consumed by agonizing grief, Suchi continues to scream out Wang Han's name as torrents of tears stream down her face. The woman beside her continues to pray, morbidly suggesting that the fire is so intense, his bones will surely be reduced to ash. As firefighters bravely battle the blaze, a grief-stricken Suchi collapses to the ground, still crying out Wang Han's name and asking how he could possibly leave her. Suddenly, a figure leaps from a second-story window of the burning house. It's Wang Han. He lands hard, his clothes still smoldering. Firefighters rush to his side, extinguishers in hand, shouting for him to come closer so they can help. They quickly douse the flames, leaving him completely covered in foam. He curses, complaining about how impossibly hot it was inside. Seeing he's alive, Suchi cries his name in pure relief and rushes toward him. She throws her arms around him in a bone-crushing hug, calling him a fool and asking if he has a death wish, clinging to him and sobbing. She asks what she and their child would have done if he had died. Wang Han gently holds her, stroking her hair gently and reassuring her that he's perfectly fine. Suchi pulls back, still clearly upset, and lightly hits his chest, asking if it was truly worth risking his life. He smiles and tells her there's no question of worth when it comes to saving his wife and child. She anxiously checks him over for injuries, while the woman from earlier and a firefighter both suggest he go to the hospital. Wang Han, however, insists he's uninjured and doesn't need to go. Together, they watch the firefighters finally douse the last flames, and Wang Han wonders aloud how a fire could have started so suddenly. His expression hardens as he comes to a grim conclusion, stating with certainty that Su Lei must be behind it, deciding they shouldn't linger. He tells Suchi he'll take her home. She agrees, tenderly draping a shawl over his shoulders. Later that night, Wang Han has taken Suchi back to his apartment. While they eat, he asks if it was her brother, Su Lei, who would call her for dinner. She confirms it was them, explaining that something unexpected came up on the way, causing her delay. He remarks how utterly unbelievable it is that they would stoop to such a despicable level. Filled with cold fury, Suki tells him she had security cameras installed at her house. She pulls out her phone, stating that if the footage proves it was him, she will personally send him straight to prison. She quickly finds the video, which clearly shows Sul and two accomplices arriving with canisters. Seeing the undeniable proof, Suki grits her teeth and vows to make her brother pay dearly. Wang Han gently tries to calm her down, calling her the child's mother and telling her to eat first, promising they will settle the score tomorrow. Still seething, Suchi clenches her chopsticks and declares that she will not forgive them. The next morning, Wang Han arrives on his motorcycle at the White Tiger Martial Arts Hall for his new job. As he is about to park, a small red sports car suddenly screeches to a halt right in front of him, nearly causing a collision. A young woman with short, brown hair leans out of the driver's window, smiling apologetically. She explains she is a new driver and not very skilled. However, her smile vanishes, replaced by utter shock, as she recognizes him. It's Officer Yang. Wang Han gets off his bike and greets her sarcastically, remarking on the coincidence, and how she just couldn't help but run into him, now in a yellow tracksuit. She gets out of her car and asks what he is doing there. He replies that he works there. Suspicious, she says she is a student at the hall, and comes every week, but has never seen him. Wang Han explains he just started yesterday. As they walk inside, just inside the entrance, two students in white uniforms see Wang Han and respectfully greet him as Master Wang. Hearing this, Officer Yang looks at him in complete disbelief, questioning how he could possibly be a master. Unfazed, Wang Han simply asks her what the problem is. Officer Yang points an accusatory finger at Wang Han. She shouts in disbelief that a man she'd so easily arrested could possibly be a martial arts master. As Wang Han, turns to walk away. She boldly challenges him, declaring she doesn't believe his title and want to fight him to prove it. As she gets closer, she angrily warns him not to stare at her. Inappropriately, Wang Han calmly replies that he never fights women. Ignoring his refusal, she lunges at him, but he easily evades her attack. Now, looking serious, Wang Han asks if she truly wants to fight. He then makes a provocative offer, stating he'll fight her with one hand tied behind his back, but if she loses, she must run naked in front of him. Enraged, she calls him a pervert and launches a powerful kick toward his head. Wang Han effortlessly blocks the kick with one arm. A smirk on his face, he taunts her, asking if that's all she has, and commenting on how weak her kick is. He pushes her leg down, and she stumbles back into a fighting stance. Her eyes glow with renewed determination as she prepares for another attack. She leaps forward with a powerful high kick, but Wang Han easily ducks underneath it as she lands. Wang Han, now casually sitting on the floor, looks up at her with a smug expression. He mockingly asks if this is the extent of her skill, and questions if she only became a police officer because her family pulled some strings. Infuriated by Wang Han's taunt, Officer Yang tells him to shut his mouth and attacks with another powerful kick. Wang Han effortlessly flips away, landing gracefully a short distance away. He calmly warns her that if she doesn't have any real killer moves, he's going to fight back. Undeterred, she tells him not to get cocky and charges at him again, managing to land a punch on his chin. However, Wang Han immediately counters, grabbing her arm and pulling her towards him. In one fluid motion, he spins her around and traps her in a hold, pinning her arms behind her back, with her body pressed tightly against his. She's completely immobilized and utterly flustered. She immediately calls him a pervert, struggling furiously against his grip, demanding he let her go at once. Wang Han releases her, and she stumbles forward, a look of shock and deep humiliation etched on her face. She's practically on the verge of tears, standing before a defeated Officer Yang. Wang Han calmly asks if she admits defeat. She, annoyed but bound by honor, she grudgingly concedes that his skills were superior. With a sly smile, Wang Han reminds her of their bet. To his absolute shock, she readily agrees to the terms, stating it's just a naked run, and she'll totally do it. A panicked Wang Han insists he was only joking, and that she shouldn't take him seriously. However, Officer Yang is absolutely determined, declaring that a true martial artist must always keep their word. She then grabs her jacket zipper, ignoring Wang Han's frantic pleas to stop her. With a defiant shout, she pulls her jacket wide open, promising to give him a really good look. Completely flustered, Wang Han quickly covers his eyes, exclaiming he is a married man. He then quickly flees up the stairs, muttering he has other business to attend to. Watching him run off, Officer Yang zips her jacket back up with a smug, triumphant smile, thinking he's just a coward who dared to challenge her. Meanwhile, in an upper room of the martial arts hall, Xiao Wanjing is playing a grand piano. Kong Hong Jia stands beside her, fawning over her playing. Xiao Wanjing stops, clearly annoyed by his constant flattery, and sarcastically asks if he even understands classical music, telling him to just be quiet. Just then, Wang Han enters, applauding her performance. He remarks that he didn't expect Teacher Xiao's piano skills to be so exquisite. Xiao Wanjing looks up, clearly pleased, and greets him, annoyed by the interruption. Kam Hong Yi confronts Wang Han, condescendingly, asking if he can even understand the piece. Wang Han calmly replies that Teacher Xia is playing Nocturne, a very beautiful piece. Delighted, Xiao Wanjing then asks Wang Han if he also likes the song, explaining that Nocturne is actually her absolute favorite. Wang Han replies that it's a good piece for sure, but jokes that he personally prefers a different song. He blushes slightly. Xiao Wanjing shyly asks if he knows how to play it, and if he'd like to give it a try. But before he can even answer, Kong Hong just scoffs, loudly declaring, it's impossible for someone so rough-looking to know how to play the piano. Wang Han calmly replies that he knows a little, completely ignoring Kong Hongja. Xiao Wanjing then takes Wang Han's hand and eagerly encourages him to play a song. Wang Han agrees and settles onto the piano bench, deciding to play Nocturne again. This is much to Xiao Wanjing's delight, and Kong Hongjia's utter annoyance. As Wang Han begins to play, his eyes are closed in deep concentration, and beautiful music instantly fills the entire room. Xiao Wanjing listens with a blissful, amazed expression, thinking how truly wonderful it sounds. Meanwhile, a sullen Kong Hongjia can only watch on in utter disbelief, forced to grudgingly admit the man can indeed play. When Wang Han finishes, Xiao Wanjing rushes to his side, praising his incredible performance. Wang Han modestly tells her that her own playing is quite good. She just needs to correct a few minor flaws. This enrages Kong Hongjia, who furiously accuses him of being arrogant enough to critique Xiao Wanjing's playing, just because he can play a little. Their argument is then interrupted by the sudden arrival of an elegant, older woman. She approaches Xiao Wanjing, asking if she was the one playing Nocturne, and compliments her, remarking, she's surprised at how much her skills have improved, seeing an opportunity to get rid of his rival. Kam hom ya smugli tells Wang Han. That's Xiao Wanjing's piano teacher. Teacher Run has arrived, so he can finally leave. Wang Han agrees and begins to walk away. However, when the teacher compliments Xiao Wanjing on the beautiful music, Xiao Wanjing clarifies that it was actually Wang Han playing. As Wang Han makes his way to the door, Teacher Rin watches him go, a thoughtful expression on her face. Suddenly she calls out, asking him to wait and if he's Professor Wang. Wang Han turns, denying it, telling her she has the wrong person. Xiao Wanjing looks on, utterly confused, while Kong Hongjia scoffs at the very idea, telling the teacher, Wang Han couldn't possibly be a professor. He used to be a food delivery guy. Ignoring Kanyongji. The teacher reintroduces herself as Rin Jingjing, explaining she was his student at the Berkeley College of Music, and he had personally guided her. Recognizing her, Wang Han confirms her identity, noting it's been several years. He then checks his phone and excuses himself, saying it's getting late, and he needs to go home to cook. Rin Jingjing respectfully sees him off again, calling him Professor Wang. After he leaves, Kong Hongjia and Xiao Wanjing ask Rin Jingjing what kind of Professor Wang Han is. She explains he's an incredibly famous honorary professor at Berkeley, and that whenever he lectured, the hall was always packed, with even professors from other prestigious schools coming to listen. The revelation leaves Kong Hongjia utterly stunned, stammering in disbelief. Rin Jingjing firmly states she couldn't be wrong, as she would never forget his distinct musical style. She then turns to a bewildered Xiao Wanjing and asks why she would need another teacher, when she has someone as brilliant as Professor Wang to guide her. Xiao Wanjing is left utterly speechless, unable to process the truth about the man. She thought she was just helping. Inside her office at the Su Group building, Su Qi is eating lunch when Wang Han arrives with food. She asks why he came, reminding him she told him not to bring her meals. He replies that a pregnant woman shouldn't always eat takeout. She asks how his new job at the martial arts hall is going. He declares it's surprisingly good. Suddenly, his phone blares, cutting through the calm. He checks the caller ID, and it's his grandfather, the stern voice of his elder. Wang Han moves to the window, bracing himself for the call. From the other end, his grandfather's voice instantly booms, scolding him fiercely for taking a job at a martial arts hall, where he was supposed to be keeping a low profile. The old man, relentless, then threatens to unleash Wang Han's terrifying big sister. To deal with him, panicked, Wang Han quickly scrambles to backpedal and explain, but his grandfather completely ignores his frantic excuses and sternly informs him he has already spoken with Shatian Xiong, forbidding Wang Han from working there any longer. He then orders him to find a stable job, one that absolutely doesn't involve fighting. Defeated, Wang Han reluctantly gives in, but his grandfather isn't done. He assigns a new mission. A notorious group of thieves, the Chang Run, have stolen a precious Buddha head from the museum and plan to sell it off abroad. Wang Han's mission, retrieve it. He accepts the weighty order. His grandfather elaborates, warning that the Chang Run are notoriously unhinged and incredibly dangerous organization. He also reminds Wang Han to not forget to continue his search for the mysterious girl who possesses the matching phoenix bead his sister gave him. After hanging up, Wang Han grimly thinks to himself, he must find that bead soon, or he'll be in a world of trouble. Suki, noticing his suddenly serious expression, Suki asks if everything's alright. He quickly reassures her it's nothing serious and says he has to meet someone important that afternoon. She tells him to be careful as he turns to leave, and he simply agrees before walking out the door.